Chapter 54:17. This scene caused all the living beings in the Zhongtian Imperial City to let out a demonic howl outside the city. After that, the low-level demonic beasts that were charging madly towards the Zhongtian Imperial City stopped and retreated like a receding tide. Very quickly, other than the corpses of the demonic beasts that had been shot to death by the city guards, not a single living demonic beast could be seen. The army of demons that had surrounded the city also began to retreat. Could Master have defeated the limitless demon lord? On the city wall, seeing this scene, Xiaoye could not help but be surprised and overjoyed. Following the retreat of the demon army, the countless living beings in the Zhongtian Imperial City were both surprised and overjoyed. Had the crisis of the Zhongtian Imperial City been resolved? Seeing the smoke and dust in the distance gradually disappear from sight, Xiaoye was incomparably excited. Master had claimed to rule the mirage. It was just a matter of time. Just as Xiaoye was overjoyed, a figure appeared in front of her without any warning. Xiaoye was shocked and hurriedly looked, and then she was overjoyed. Master! Xiaoye was stunned. Greetings, Master! She hurriedly knelt down in front of this figure. Greetings, Master! The four generals also hurriedly rushed over and bowed to Gu Fei. The retreat of the army of demons was definitely Gu Fei's handiwork. The four generals were completely in awe of their master, Gu Fei. The limitless demon lord was an unparalleled existence in the limitless prime realm, and their master was even more awesome than their original master. All rise! Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. He still had to put on a show. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Xiaoye and the four generals all stood up. Very quickly, a group of important figures of the Zhongtian Imperial City appeared on the city wall. Under the leadership of the Zhongtian Imperial Lord, these fellows directly knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Greetings, Master. The Zhongtian Imperial Lord led the group of important figures of the Zhongtian Imperial City and knelt down in front of Gu Fei. They were all indescribably shocked. It had to be known that before this, only others had ever knelt before the Zenith Imperial Lord. When had the Zenith Imperial Lord ever knelt before anyone? However, on this day, the high and mighty Zhongtian Imperial Lord, the ruler of the Zhongtian Empire, was actually kneeling down to a black-robed youth. This was something that had never happened before. Get up! Gu Fei waved his right hand and continued to act tough. Thank you, Master. Only then did the Zhongtian Imperial Lord stand up, and the people behind him also stood up. Xiaoye, the four of you stay. Everyone else disperse. Gu Fei swept a glance at the Zenith Royal Lord and the others as he spoke. Yes, Master. The Zhongtian Imperial Lord and the others obediently retreated from the city walls. Your Majesty, within the Zhongtian Imperial City, one of the patriarchs of one of the great clans looked towards the Zhongtian Imperial Lord, hesitating to speak. In the Zhongtian Imperial City, although the royal family reigned supreme, there were still several other powerful factions within the city. These factions had deep roots within the city, and even the Zhongtian Imperial Lord had to be wary of them. Talk less and work more. The Zenith Imperial Lord said solemnly. The people around the Zhongtian Imperial Lord were speechless. They had never seen the Zhongtian Imperial Lord act so cowardly before. One had to know that this man was once unparalleled in the world, and had once ruled an entire empire. If he wanted someone dead, that person would not be able to live. But now an unparalleled existence, who had once ruled over the life and death of countless living beings, could not even control his own fate. The Zhongtian Imperial Lord's life was in the hands of someone else. Gu Fei did not want to bother with these people in the Zhongtian Imperial City. In front of absolute power, these people were not even comparable to ants. And Gu Fei had always only cared about the people he cared about. Master, you defeated the limitless demon lord? Xiaoye looked at Gu Fei excitedly. No. Gu Fei shook his head. What? Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. Since her master did not defeat the limitless demon lord, why did the devil army outside the Zhongtian imperial city retreat? It's just a draw, Gu Fei said calmly. If he wanted to fight against the limitless demon lord, he needed to raise his cultivation to the limitless demon lord. Only then would he have the confidence to kill the limitless demon lord. Draw. Xiaoyu heaved a sigh of relief. If her master could not defeat the limitless demon lord, they would be in deep trouble. All right, don't worry. That fellow will not come back for the time being. Gu Fei said nonchalantly. What's going on? At this moment, another figure appeared on top of the city wall. It was Yu Xian, who had rushed back from the Ling Tian Palace. Why did those demon bastards retreat? Yu Xian was stunned. In order to deal with the limitless demon lord, she even lowered her status to look for the Ling Tian Palace lord. But she was rejected outside the Ling Tian Palace, causing her to feel extremely depressed. Who would have thought that when she rushed back, she discovered that the army of demons surrounding the Zhongtian imperial city had actually retreated. And Gu Fei had also returned to the Zhongtian imperial city. Master, where's the limitless demon lord? Yu Xian asked. The limitless demon lord should have left. Gu Fei did not know where that fellow went. But what was certain was that the limitless demon lord should be preparing to deal with the limitless sword master. The limitless sword master would not appear so easily. One must know that Yu Xian could only become the limitless sword master by fusing with the Ling Tian Palace lord. Yu Xian was still here, while the Ling Tian Palace lord was in seclusion. Yu Xian knew the Ling Tian Palace lord's goal. She wanted to break through to the limitless realm. That way, she wouldn't need to fuse with Yu Xian anymore. And how could Yu Xian not want to break through? But after countless years, she was unable to take that step. The Ling Tian Palace lord was the same. If they fused, they could become the limitless sword master, an expert of the limitless realm. But if they were separated, they would fall from the limitless realm. This was one of their fatal weaknesses. If the limitless demon lord attacked them one by one, it would be equivalent to killing the limitless sword master. It's good that you're back. I'm going to stay here for a while and observe the situation. Help me look after them. Gu Fei said to everyone. Yu Xian was an existence that surpassed the eternal realm. Half-step, limitless realm. Here, other than Gu Fei, her cultivation was the highest. All right. Yu Xian shrugged. Then, under the guidance of Xiaoya, Gu Fei entered the Zhongtian imperial city. And at this time, the limitless demon lord appeared at the peak of the Zhongtian snow mountain. You devil, you're still alive. A figure sitting cross-legged on the peak of the snow mountain suddenly opened his eyes. You're still alive and well, how could I die? The limitless demon lord said indifferently. They knew each other. Do you want to fight again? Snow demon True Body's tone was extremely cold. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Chapter 54:18. Rumble. At the peak of the culmination snow mountain, the heavens and earth shook. The limitless demon lord opened up a true demon world. A demonic domain enveloped the heavens and earth, emitting an endless evil demonic aura. It swallowed the snow demon real body sitting on the peak of the snow mountain. Not only did he want to devour the snow demon real body, but he also wanted to devour the entire culmination snow mountain into his internal world. Humph! The snow demon real body sneered. She stood up and soared into the sky. She charged into the demonic domain, intending to destroy it. However, within the demonic domain, a demonic palace emitted an unfathomable power that locked the demonic domain in place. You're walking right into my trap. Do you want to die? The limitless demon lord stood in the demonic domain and laughed maniacally. He and the snow demon real body had known each other for a long time. They were sworn enemies. That was why the limitless demon lord had suddenly appeared on the peak of the culmination snow mountain. In the entire void realm, only Gu Fei, the snow demon real body, and the limitless sword master were his opponents. At this moment, the internal world that the limitless demon lord had opened up was closing. Trying to trap me? The snow demon real body sneered again. In the next moment, she broke through the void and charged out of the limitless demon lord's internal world. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Gu Fei. He was originally in the culmination imperial city, but he suddenly sensed two infinite primes, auras appearing in the sky. That was why he immediately rushed over. So this was the culmination, Snow Mountain. It's you? The limitless demon lord also sensed Gu Fei's arrival. However, at this moment, the limitless demon lord had no time to care about Gu Fei. The limitless demon lord's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a wave of his hand, layers of demonic flames appeared in the void and swept towards the snow demon real body. The snow demon real body was shocked. The limitless demon lord's cultivation seemed to have increased by quite a bit. Without hesitation, she punched out. Rumble! The entire world shook under the fist of the snow demon's true form. Terrifying spatial cracks spread, and the vast and mighty demonic aura was directly dispersed by her. The snow demon true body was extremely powerful. With a wave of its hand, it could shatter the heavens and split the earth. Even Gu Fei was shocked by the power displayed by the snow demon's true body. The two peerless supremes clashed. Amidst the collapsing heaven and earth, there was a shocking sound like a raging tide. The power of destruction was surging, squeezing, and rolling. The snow demon true body was actually evenly matched with the limitless demon master. This, even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Snow demon true body. This fellow had hidden it quite deeply. Demonic fire refines the universe. The limitless demon lord roared. In the next moment, a terrifying demonic fire erupted from his body. The pitch-black demonic fire surged in the void and instantly spread out, engulfing Shui Yao's true body. The limitless demon lord roared towards the sky. His fire-like long hair danced wildly, and his demonic body erupted with a terrifying demonic aura that engulfed the heavens and earth. On his demonic body, demonic marks appeared one after another. Especially the demonic mark in the middle of his brows. It emitted a terrifying demonic light, as though a terrifying demonic eye had opened. The void was burned by the demonic fire until it distorted. Boundless black flames completely enveloped the sky. Even Gu Fei, who was far away, had to retreat. He did not want to be affected by this battle. He was here to watch the show. However, a ball of white light erupted from Shui Yao's true body. A terrifying cold aura surged out, and all the demonic fire that was burning towards her was blocked. The limitless demon lord roared crazily. His dull voice pierced through the clouds, and his voice traveled for 1,000 miles. It shocked the culmination Snow Mountain below, and a violent avalanche occurred. The mysterious demonic mark in the middle of his brows displayed great power. A terrifying demonic light shot out from the middle of his brows and directly pierced towards Shui Yao's true body. Shui Yao's true body hurriedly dodged. The demonic light shot past Shui Yao's true body, and a mountain peak that was 1,000 miles away was hit. It instantly crumbled into dust and disappeared from the ground. At this moment, Shui Yao's true body directly charged towards the limitless demon lord. Swoosh! 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 The mysterious demonic mark in the middle of the limitless demon lord's brows shot out beams of demonic light one after another, and they pierced towards Shui Yao's true body. Shui Yao's true body raised her right hand and pressed forward lightly. An extreme yin and extreme cold energy was emitted from her palm, and the void in front of her palm was instantly frozen. Even the demonic light that pierced through the void stopped in the void. Shui Yao's true body then punched out. The frozen void in front of her directly collapsed. As the void collapsed, The demonic light that shot out from the middle of the limitless demon lord's brows also collapsed, and the attack also vanished. Humph! Seeing this, the limitless demon lord only sneered. Then, a demonic domain appeared around him. He did not dare to underestimate Shui Yao's true body. Rumble. Within this demonic domain, the demonic stars in the sky were descending, and blood-colored demonic light illuminated the entire world. Within the blood-colored light, the entire world was dyed blood-red. The entire world was shaking, and in the sky above the peak of the snowy mountain, demonic marks appeared. It was like a boundless demonic net that covered the entire sky. He was going to fight Shui Yao's true body to the death. Even Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from afar, did not expect the limitless demon lord to actually use such a trump card. Previously, when the limitless demon lord was fighting him, he did not even use this trump card. When Gu Fei was fighting the limitless demon lord did not use his inner world. But now, the limitless demon lord used his inner world right from the start. You are not the only one with an inner world. Shui Yao's true body sneered, and in the next moment, both of her hands drew across the void in front of her. A snowy domain immediately appeared between the heavens and the earth, and terrifying cold air surged out from this snowy domain. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. Exciting! Gu Fei's eyes were filled with excitement. These two boundless realm existences actually used their inner worlds. The two powers of the heavens and the earth collided. Shui Yao's snowy domain rapidly expanded, contending against the descending demonic domain. Kill! Shui Yao's true body could not bear it any longer, and directly used her inner world to attack. A snowy domain directly swallowed the limitless demon lord, and the limitless demon lord's demonic domain also suppressed downwards. Very quickly, the two great inner worlds collided. Then, countless mountains collapsed, and countless trees were shattered. This scene was destruction. Using one's inner world to fight was not a battle that could be seen often. Chapter 54:19. The limitless demon lord went straight to the culmination, Snow Mountain. Even Gu Fei didn't expect the limitless demon lord to know the snow demon. This surprised Gu Fei. Did the limitless demon lord come into contact with the snow demon when he came to the void realm? Of course, it didn't matter to Gu Fei whether the snow demon and the limitless demon lord knew each other. However, it was worth it for Gu Fei to be able to watch such a wonderful battle. At this time, the two of them were using their inner worlds to fight each other. The limitless demon lord waved his hand and created a world. Then he smashed the demonic sky towards the snow demon. The power of the whole demonic sky went straight towards the snow demon. The snow demon also casually opened up a snowy region. She waved her hand, and the snow domain she created went straight towards the demonic sky of the limitless demon lord. Boom! The two inner worlds collided with each other in an instant. An extremely violent energy wave spread out in all directions. The two inner worlds began to collapse, releasing a power that could destroy the world. Rumble! The entire culmination snow mountain was shaking, and the countless creatures on the snow mountain were terrified to the extreme. At this time, the power of the infinite realm on the culmination snow mountain erupted and protected the whole mountain. The destructive power from the sky was blocked. There's something strange about this mountain. When Gu Fei sensed the power waves, he couldn't help but change his expression. The power of Su Tian? The limitless demon lord was shocked. His blood-red eyes shone with a terrifying blood-red light. A powerful demonic aura spread out from his body. The demonic power was earth-shattering. You only know now, the snow demon said coldly. At this time, the two inner worlds completely collapsed. The two destructive powers collided with each other, intertwined, destroyed, and canceled each other out. So, you're using his power to break through your cultivation realm. The limitless demon lord's face was very serious. The snow demon didn't speak. She waved her right hand, and another snow domain appeared in the void. Only the snow demon and the boundless demon master could create a new world with a wave of their hands. Even the eternal realm experts could not create a new world in an instant. Hence, the two of them opened up their inner worlds one after another and used them to smash each other. This kind of method was really rare. At least, it was the first time that Gu Fei had seen someone use their inner world to smash someone. When one's inner world collapsed, the destructive power released was very strong. It could even obliterate everything. If it wasn't for the protection of sacred Lord Su Tian's power, the culmination snow mountain would have been turned into ashes long ago. Even so, the ripples of Yuan Qi that spread out shook the entire sky. Countless living beings were terrified. Master, on the city walls of Zhongtian Imperial City, Xiaoya looked in the direction of the terrifying infinite power aura. Gu Fei left the Zhongtian Imperial City once more. A battle of this scale, he could not miss it. Xiaoya also wanted to go watch the battle, but Gu Fei did not bring her along, because the infinite power realm was too far away from Xiaoya. At this moment, in the 9 heavens of Lingtian Palace, on the peak of a sacred mountain, a figure sitting cross-legged on the peak suddenly opened his eyes. Infinite demon, a powerful aura erupted from the peak of the mountain. Palace Master has come out of seclusion. The people in the Lingtian Palace were surprised and happy when they felt this aura. The Lingtian Palace Master was their support. As long as the Palace Master was around, not many people would dare to cause trouble in the Lingtian Palace. On the peak, the Lingtian Palace Master stood up and took a step forward. Instantly, he disappeared from the peak. The Lingtian Palace Master left the Lingtian Palace. When the Lingtian Palace Master left the Lingtian Palace, Yu Xian also left the Zhongtian Imperial City. At this time, Wu Jixian and the other 3 generals were enough to guard the Zhongtian Imperial City, because the Infinite Demon Master was not nearby. The Infinite Demon Master went to the culmination Snow Mountain and fought with the Snow Demon. For the time being, only Gu Fei was qualified to watch this battle between the infinite powers. It couldn't be helped. This was a battle between peerless powers. Peerless powers were the highest level of cultivation that they knew of. Not everyone could withstand the pressure of peerless powers. Not only could the living beings in the Zhongtian Imperial City feel the aura of the infinite demon master and the snow demon, even the living beings in other regions could feel these 2 supreme auras, especially those Emperor Realm existences. They were even more terrified. The souls of the Emperor Realm experts in the 5 regions were trembling. Southern Barbarian, the ancestral land of the witch race, where the witch emperor was cultivating in seclusion. The witch emperor woke up from his meditation. Master, the 9-tailed fox emperor who was guarding outside, immediately sensed that the witch emperor had woken up. Then, she disappeared on the spot. When she appeared again, she was already standing in front of the witch emperor. The 9-tailed fox emperor's cultivation was actually higher than the witch emperor's, but the witch emperor could decide her life and death with just a thought. Moreover, because of the restrictive spell in the 9-tailed fox emperor's body, the death of the 9-tailed fox emperor would not affect the witch emperor at all. However, if the witch emperor died, the restrictive spell in her body would explode, and she would be buried with him. Therefore, the 9-tailed fox emperor would definitely not let anything happen to the witch emperor. Whose aura is that? The witch emperor said in shock. Who else? The snow demon. The 9-tailed fox emperor said impatiently. She was originally an expert from the culmination Snow Mountain. She was naturally very familiar with the aura of the snow demon. The snow demon from the culmination Snow Mountain. The shaman emperor couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. That peerless woman was actually formidable to such an extent. Her aura could actually travel from the culmination Snow Mountain to the southern barbarians? This was too terrifying. One should know that the culmination Snow Mountain was very far from the southern barbarians. If one did not use the teleportation formation, even an Emperor Realm existence would need more than 10 days to fly from the southern barbarians to the culmination, Snow Mountain. If one was slightly slower, it would probably take more than half a month to fly from the southern barbarians to the culmination, Snow Mountain. However, the snow demon's aura could actually travel to the southern barbarians. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Then who is the other aura? The witch emperor asked. How would I know? The nine-tailed fox emperor shrugged and said indifferently. This aura is filled with demonic nature. The witch emperor frowned. One aura belonged to the snow demon, and the other aura definitely belonged to a demon that could contend with the snow demon. There was actually such a powerful demon in the void realm. The witch emperor knew of the existence of the extreme demon cave, but the extreme demon cave had long been destroyed by Gu Fei. How could there be such a powerful demon in the void realm? Could it be that terrifying demon from the legends? The Buddhist land had a demon. This was a shocking event. The witch emperor also knew about it, but the witch emperor did not know that it was a peerless demon of the infinite realm. The witch emperor thought that the remnants of the extreme demon cave had not been destroyed, which was why the Buddhist land had a demon. Who cares who it is, as long as it doesn't provoke us? Chapter 54:20. The battle between the limitless demon lord and the snow demon in the sky above the culmination Snow Mountain alarmed countless experts in the void realm. Previously, Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord had also fought. However, this battle between Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord took place in the void realm. Therefore, the auras of Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord did not appear in the void realm. When Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord fought, the powerful beings in the void realm did not sense the auras of Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord at all. However, this time was different. The battle between the limitless demon lord and the snow demon lord took place in the void realm. They did not enter the void realm. As such, the auras of the snow demon and the limitless demon lord spread out in all directions with the culmination, Snow Mountain, as the center. Countless experts were terrified. Rumble! At this moment, a starry sky appeared above the culmination, Snow Mountain. A starry sky appearing in broad daylight was an unusual occurrence. Furthermore, Gu Fei realized that the stars in the sky were all glowing with a blood-red light. Those were demonic stars. Those blood-red, demonic stars descended towards the ground. Each star emitted a powerful demonic aura. The countless living beings in the culmination Snow Mountain were immediately out of luck. Those weak living beings were gradually being demonized. Ferocious and terrifying demonic creatures began to appear in the culmination, Snow Mountain, once again. Is this demon trying to destroy the world? Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from afar, could not help but be astonished. The limitless demon lord had no scruples. Even if the entire void realm was destroyed, he would still be able to live. This was because he could split open the sky and earth. However, to the living beings in the void realm, this was the true end of the world. This was the true calamity of the world. It was difficult for all living beings to escape. The limitless demon lord's butcher's knife was not aimed at the countless living beings in the void realm, but at the world itself. If the void realm was destroyed, all the living beings in the void realm would die. Only a small number of living beings would be spared. The snow demon, was also astonished by this scene. This guy really had no qualms about attacking. Reconstruct the fleshly body and return to my true self. Right at this moment, a loud shout resounded from culmination Snow Mountain, and then a ball of divine light rose up from the mountain. This is... Gu Fei stared the ball of divine light in shock. Sacred Lord Void Sky? Gu Fei was no stranger to the aura emanating from that ball of divine light. This was because he had sensed this aura in the world that Sacred Lord Void Sky had created. To him, Sacred Lord Void Sky was definitely a mysterious and powerful existence. Could it be that Sacred Lord Void Sky, who had disappeared for countless years, was hiding in the sky-breaking Snow Mountain? Even the limitless demon lord, who was using the power of the Devil Star, was shocked. He knew of the existence of Sacred Lord Void Sky. Sacred Lord Void Sky was an invincible existence. Even if the limitless Demon Lord was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for Sacred Lord Su Tian. Fortunately, Sacred Master Su Tian had disappeared before the limitless Demon Lord had arrived in the Void World. However, the limitless Demon Lord knew of this invincible existence. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from that ball of divine light, and an imposing figure appeared in the void. Roar! That person roared into the sky, and the entire world shook. The ball of divine light disappeared quickly, and it was all absorbed by this figure. Very quickly, all the divine light disappeared. Only a 9-foot-tall figure could be seen. His entire body seemed to be made of steel, and he gave off an extremely powerful feeling. Streaks of chaotic divine light revolved around his body. Terrifying chaotic energy surged from his body, and the void around him instantly shattered. The void where he stood seemed to be a world of chaos. Even heaven and earth can't contain that powerful body of his. Gu Fei was really stunned. High up in the sky, the limitless Demon Lord, who had countless devil stars in the sky, acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He could feel an immense pressure from that person. The blood-colored devil stars in the sky were the trump cards that the limitless Demon Lord had left in the Void World. Even when he was fighting with Gu Fei, this fella didn't use this trump card. At this moment, he had no choice but to use this trump card. I was too careless. The limitless Demon Lord somewhat regretted coming to the culmination, Snow Mountain. Who would have thought that Sacred Master Su Tian would appear here? The Snow Demon had already retreated. Boom! Suddenly, boundless chaotic energy surged from that person's body, and a terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down on Gu Fei's body. Cracks appeared one after another on the culmination, Snow Mountain below, and it looked like it was about to collapse. With the culmination Snow Mountain as the center, all living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were terrified. You aren't the void true body. The limitless Demon Lord stared at that demon body. At this moment, he suddenly said, "Not the true body." Gu Fei was shocked. He focused his gaze, and indeed, although this figure was very strong and had a body of flesh and blood, it was lacking something. The soul power of this existence wasn't complete. There could only be one explanation for this problem. This person was just a clone, and not the true body with a complete, divine soul. Humph, you scared me. The limitless Demon Lord heaved a sigh of relief. If this fella that suddenly jumped out of the Snow Mountain was really Sacred Master Void Sky, then he would definitely be dead. Now that the limitless Demon Lord realized that this fellow wasn't the true body of Sacred Master Void Sky, he immediately became alert. It was just a clone. What was there to be afraid of? I want to see whether your chaotic divine body or my limitless undying demon body is stronger. The limitless Demon Lord shouted as he pressed forward with his right hand. Boundless sky-burning demon flames formed a demonic hand the size of a small mountain that pressed toward that person. Boom! This demonic hand gave off a terrifying ripple of energy that shook the heavens and earth. Boundless demonic energy surged as if it was the end of the world. A demonic realm appeared behind the limitless Demon Lord. Boundless demonic Tao energy surged toward him and was devoured by his body. His battle power soared. This was the benefit of controlling heaven and earth. Within heaven and earth, a cultivator's power could increase infinitely and unleash even stronger attacks than outside of heaven and earth. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone snickered coldly and casually pointed out a finger. A ball of chaotic divine light appeared at the tip of his finger and shot forward. The ball of chaotic divine light instantly expanded and covered heaven and earth after it flew out of the finger of Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Boom! Boom! The space enveloped by the ball of chaotic light was collapsing, being destroyed, and turning into primal chaos. This clone of Sacred Lord Void Sky displayed great battle prowess. With a single finger, he shattered a part of the void, causing that part of the void to turn into primal chaos. Bam! The demonic hand that was the size of a small mountain instantly exploded. Boundless sky-burning, demonic fire swept out in all directions. Even the void started to distort from the heat. The limitless demon lord's undying demon body was sent flying and smashed into the depths of the world behind him. However, he immediately charged out of his inner world with a roar. This was his world, his inner world. In this demonic realm, he was the ruler. Even though he used the power of heaven and earth for his own use, he was still forced back by his opponent. This made the limitless demon lord very depressed. Roar! The limitless demon lord roared in anger. His fire-like black hair danced wildly in the wind. His black hair then grew to 1,000 feet long. Every strand of hair was like a demonic dragon that shot toward Sacred Master Void Sky's clone with terrifying demonic fire. Boom! Sacred Master Void Sky's clone thrust out a palm, and the chaotic energy instantly surged forward. It directly shattered the 1,000 feet long demonic hair and sent the limitless demon lord flying. The power of heaven and earth in the limitless demon lord's inner world couldn't do anything to Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Sacred Master Void Sky was like a Sciention god that walked out from chaos. With a step, she instantly crossed 100 miles and appeared in the limitless demon lord's inner world. Roar! A terrifying demonic sound shook the entire true demon inner world. The limitless demon lord roared in anger. He charged over from afar and attacked Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Only demons exist. With a furious roar, demonic aura surged out from the limitless demon lord's body and exploded. In an instant, the terrifying sky-burning demonic flames covered every inch of space in the demonic domain. Boom, boom, boom! The entire demonic realm shook violently. It was pitch black inside, and all that could be seen was the black, demonic fire that burned the space. The limitless demon lord directly used the power of the demonic star in the sky. He wanted to use the power of the demonic star and use his inner world to destroy his opponent. However, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was not to be trifled with. At the edge of the limitless demon lord's true demon world, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was simply too strong. Pum! Sacred Master Void Sky punched out and directly pierced through the limitless demon lord's inner world. What? The limitless demon lord was shocked. Even Gu Fei was shocked. Sacred Master Void Sky pierced through the limitless demon lord's inner world with just one punch. This was something that even Gu Fei couldn't do. Pum! Sacred Master Void Sky punched out again, and another huge tremor occurred. More spatial cracks appeared at the edge of the demonic realm. They were densely packed and looked like a spiderweb. It was as if an exquisite porcelain had been shattered. The limitless demon lord was truly shocked. This fellow was just an incarnation. An incarnation could fight against a true infinite prime? How was this possible? It was hard to imagine how strong Sacred Master Void Sky's true body was. Chapter 54:21. Bang! Within the demon domain that was filled with demon flames, another huge tremor could be heard. Then, as though something was broken, the true demon world created by the limitless demon lord had actually crumbled. Roar! A bone-chilling roar came from the collapsed world. Endless demonic light burst out, and the entire world was filled with monstrous flames. The flames were as black as ink, causing the entire sky to sink into darkness. The limitless demon lord's inner world had actually been destroyed by the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian. The unparalleled demon of this generation had suffered a huge blow. He rushed out of the collapsed inner world with disheveled hair and coughed out blood continuously. The true demon world created by the limitless demon lord had collapsed. The monstrous demonic flames were extremely dazzling in the sky above the snowy mountain. It was as if the entire sky was covered by black clouds, turning the day into night. The scorching energy scorched the earth, forming a stark contrast with the sun in the sky. High up in the sky, the demonic flames surged and surged violently. Although the pitch-black demonic flames emitted a black light, it was still dazzling and blinding. It was getting more and more intense, to the point where it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. A wave of limitless realm energy erupted from the top of the snowy mountain, stabilizing this part of the world. If not, the entire snowy mountain, or even the entire central sky, would have been destroyed by the terrifying energy that erupted from the true demon world. This lunatic— no, it's two lunatics— Gu Fei was truly shocked. Not to mention the limitless demon lord. Even the clone of sacred master Su Tian had attacked without any hesitation. This would cause the death of countless living beings. At this moment, the clone of sacred master Su Tian had actually unleashed a great technique and was frantically devouring the demonic flames that had erupted. Roar! A demonic roar came from the endless demonic flames. Then, the surging demonic flames condensed into a 10,000-meter tall demonic figure. That demonic figure's head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. A terrifying demonic aura emanated from his 10,000-meter tall demonic body. This demonic figure waved his mountain-like fist and punched towards sacred master Su Tian's clone. When the mountain-like demonic fist blasted out, the entire void in front of the fist shook and transparent spatial ripples spread out in all directions. I'm invincible. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation was extremely powerful. He was like a chaotic god as he took a step forward and instantly appeared above the limitless demon master's head. He then pressed down from the sky. It was as if a part of the world was sinking. Bam! Following a loud explosion, the 10,000-meter tall demonic body that stood on the ground suddenly exploded. Endless demonic aura engulfed the sky and earth. Sacred Master Void Sky's chaotic divine body was like a bottomless pit that was frantically devouring the vast, true demon aura. This was the true demon chi of the infinite level. At this moment, Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation was like a hungry ghost that had been starving for countless years. Regardless of whether it was demonic aura or other heaven and earth spiritual energy, it was being devoured. The limitless demon lord was the sovereign of the demon Tao, the lord of all demons. He wanted to seize the power of all living beings for his own use. But at this time, the incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian wanted to refine his true demon power into his own. This was really using the limitless demon master's Tao against the limitless demon master's body. The limitless demon master was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This chaotic divine body is incredible. Gu Fei, who was watching the show from afar, stared at Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation. The chaotic power could refine all the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the world. This was the terrifying power of the chaotic divine body. The chaotic divine body could absorb an endless amount of yuan qi. Whether it was demonic aura, deathly aura, or demonic aura, it could refine everything and turn it into the most primitive chaotic power. No one would have thought that Sacred Master Void Sky would leave such an incarnation in the culmination Snow Mountain. I'm invincible in the limitless realm. How can I not deal with a mere incarnation? The limitless demon master was going crazy. He waved his hands towards the sky, and the demonic clouds that enveloped the sky immediately parted. At this moment, the countless demonic stars in the sky had already formed an incomparably huge starry sky formation. Every demonic star was emitting a strange and terrifying blood-red light. The limitless demon master had been waiting for this moment. Only the limitless demon master could use stars to form a formation in a place like the void realm, where the heaven and earth energy was incomparably strong. Even Gu Fei might not be able to use stars to form a formation in the void realm. This lunatic! Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the demonic stars in the sky. His expression was incomparably solemn. An extremely terrifying demonic aura descended from the sky. All the living beings in the void realm raised their heads and looked at the sky in fear. All the living beings in the void realm could see the strange and terrifying scene in the sky. This caused panic in the entire void realm. This southern barbarian, which race, ancestral ground, the which emperor raised his head and looked at the sky. The blood-red sky seemed to be pressing down on the ground. The blood-red stars in the sky made this peerless which emperor feel as if his soul was trembling. Eastern barbarian, eastern sun city. Long Xiaozhou rushed into the sky. When he saw the scene in the sky, he was stunned. The monarchs of the West Sea and the North Ruins domain were also staring at the seemingly chaotic, blood-colored stars in the sky in fear and alarm. This is going to be troublesome. West Sea Old Dragon Emperor raised his head and looked at the sky with an incomparably solemn expression. The limitless demon master was almost driven mad by sacred master Su Tian's clone. Otherwise, he would not have used his most powerful trump card. Countless years ago, he had used the stars in the sky to form the great astral demonic formation. This was the first time he used this superformation. This superformation definitely had the terrifying power to destroy the world. Once it was activated, it could directly threaten the entire void realm. Is he going to stop everyone from playing? Gu Fei muttered. If the limitless demon master destroyed the void realm, no one would be able to continue playing. Stop him! Shui Yao shouted at Gu Fei. She directly rushed towards the limitless demon master. At the same time, sacred master Su Tian's clone also attacked the limitless demon master. Swoosh! Gu Fei rushed into the sky and directly entered the starry sky. Then he punched out. Boom! A demonic star was directly destroyed by him. It turned into a ball of bloody light and dissipated in the void. Destroying a demonic star was actually nothing to the entire great astral demonic formation. However, Gu Fei continued to attack. Huge stars were directly destroyed by him. This way, the power of the great astral demonic formation was affected. You bastard! When the limitless demon lord caught sight of this, he burst out with vulgarities and cursed out. He wanted to stop Gu Fei, but he was blocked by sacred master Su Tian's clone and Shui Yao. After a round of fighting, he was entangled by these two experts and could not escape. Chapter 54:22. Sacred Lord Void Sky's primal chaos clone was actually hiding in the culmination Snow Mountain. This surprised Gu Fei. One had to know that Sacred Lord Void Sky was a super antique in the Void Realm. It could be said that he was the ancestor of the entire Void Realm. Although he had disappeared, the clone he left behind was extremely powerful. The limitless demon lord didn't expect that Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone could fight with him. How could a clone be so powerful? This overturned the limitless demon lord's understanding of clones. He had never thought that clones could be so powerful. At this time, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and the snow demon worked together to stop the limitless demon lord from escaping. In this way, Gu Fei would be able to easily destroy the blood-colored demonic stars in the sky and destroy the starry sky formation. That demon is a madman. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked by the limitless demon lord's actions. He was using the stars as chess pieces to set up the formation. In a place like the Void Realm where the power of heaven and earth was so strong, using stars to set up a formation was definitely not an easy task. If this demonic formation was activated, the entire Void Realm would probably be destroyed. No one would be able to survive. This was why the limitless demon lord was too ruthless. Preposterous. Do you think that I can't control the formation like this? The limitless demon lord was furious. In the next moment, every demonic star in the sky suddenly exploded with a powerful demonic light. A huge demonic shadow appeared in the sky. The demonic shadow controlled the demonic formation, and the entire formation actually continued to operate. An unimaginably terrifying demonic power quickly condensed in the sky. Clone! Gu Fei stared at the demonic shadow in the demonic formation and couldn't help but frown. At this time, countless devil stars linked together, interweaving into countless array patterns. These array patterns then formed into ancient array diagrams. The power of the entire sky was activated. Buzz! The void shook. Gu Fei was actually sent flying by the power of the starry sky formation. Although he had destroyed dozens of demonic stars, the power of the formation wasn't affected much. This is troublesome. Gu Fei was also a little stunned. He didn't expect this guy to have this move. The limitless demon lord actually left behind an incarnation in this starry sky, great demonic formation. With this incarnation, it was equivalent to the limitless demon master, personally controlling the demonic formation. The might that the demonic formation erupted with would not be much weaker. Looks like I can have some fun again. Gu Fei stretched his back. In the next moment, a powerful wave of Yuan Qi erupted from his body, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. This was the energy ripple of an infinite prime. Little fellow! When Moing, who was sitting in the demon subduing array, saw Gu Fei, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. I'm the little guy and you're the big guy? Gu Fei sneered. You can still smile when you're about to die. Within the demonic formation, the limitless demon lord's incarnation directly activated the formation. Boom! The entire snowy mountain shook, and the mountaintop even exploded. The mighty power of the demonic path shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire ground to tremble. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Even the limitless demon lord, sacred master void sky, and snow demon, who were fighting in the sky, had no choice but to retreat. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei did not hold back and immediately struck out with the strongest fist he could. This was the extreme breaking fist, and the might of this fist surpassed his limits. Boom! This fist of Gu Fei was simply indestructible. With a loud bang, a huge hole appeared in the starry sky, great demonic formation. The formation was collapsing, and countless demonic patterns were dissipating. There was nothing that could block this fist of Gu Fei. Nothing could remain intact under this fist of his. This was the destruction fist. When Gu Fei was fighting with the limitless demon lord previously, although he used the Ascension's secret technique, he did not use this fist. What? When the limitless demon lord saw this unbelievable scene, he could not help but be shocked. This fella actually struck out with such a powerful fist. How was this possible? At this moment, the limitless demon lord realized that he had underestimated Gu Fei. This fist of Gu Fei was invincible and actually pierced through the entire starry sky, great demonic formation. This caused Snow Demon and Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation to be blinded. The strength of the starry sky, great demonic formation plummeted. You, the incarnation of the limitless demon lord, who was in charge of the starry sky, great demonic formation, was also shocked. Even his main body might not be able to withstand such a strong fist. Rumble! Countless demonic stars were collapsing. The entire super starry sky, great demonic formation, was destroyed by Gu Fei's fist. You dare to destroy my formation? The limitless demon lord was infuriated. Back then, he had put in so much effort to set up this starry sky formation. But now, this formation of his was nearly destroyed by Gu Fei. Tisk, why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei shrugged his shoulders. At this moment, within the formation, the incarnation of the limitless demon lord waved his right hand, and many blood-colored demonic stars were smashed towards Gu Fei. The gigantic demonic stars seemed to be able to crush the void. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and the demonic stars that were smashing towards him immediately shrunk. Then he grabbed them in his hand. The gigantic demonic stars were actually turned into dozens of blood-colored beads. I'll return them to you. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the demonic beads in his hand were smashed back towards the incarnation of the limitless demon lord. Humph! The incarnation of the limitless demon lord laughed coldly. In the next moment, the dozens of demonic beads that were smashing towards him exploded in the void 3 feet in front of him. A terrifying destructive force exploded out. But this force was directly devoured by the power of the formation. This Gu Fei was shocked. This demonic formation could still devour energy. Moreover, Gu Fei also discovered that the formation that was smashed by his fist was actually rapidly repairing itself. Even the demonic stars that were destroyed by him were reassembling. This formation can actually repair itself. Gu Fei was very shocked. Kill. The incarnation of the limitless demon lord directly charged out from the demonic formation. TSK. Gu Fei punched out, and the incarnation of the limitless demon lord directly exploded, turning into an extremely powerful demonic energy fluctuation. He then opened his mouth and sucked, and actually devoured this unimaginably powerful demonic energy into his body. How comfortable! Gu Fei was very satisfied. However, the limitless demon lord was about to go crazy. That was an incarnation that he had spent a lot of effort to refine. Such a powerful incarnation was actually killed by Gu Fei. This caused the limitless demon lord to feel extremely depressed. Kill. The limitless demon lord wanted to kill Gu Fei. Your opponent is me. Chapter 54:23. Gu Fei flew into a rage. He directly blasted apart the limitless demon lord's incarnation with a single punch. Then he swallowed the energy of the incarnation. This energy was extremely powerful. It was definitely at the infinite grade. After devouring such a huge amount of demonic energy, Gu Fei felt like his body was swelling up. How comfortable! The demonic energy in Gu Fei's body was quickly refined into his own energy. In the eyes of others, this demonic energy was definitely fatal. However, to Gu Fei, this demonic energy was much more useful than any immortal medicine. The demonic nature contained in the demonic energy was directly expelled by Gu Fei. Even an extreme Tao-level demonic nature couldn't affect him at all. If it was anyone else, the demonic nature of the limitless demon lord's clone would be enough to kill them, let alone other things. You bastard! How dare you destroy my clone? The limitless demon lord was instantly enraged. His clone was extraordinary, and he had spent a lot of effort on it. After all, a clone was just a clone. It was definitely not easy to cultivate a clone to the infinite grade. Moreover, the vast and boundless yuan qi that gathered in the starry sky was originally prepared by the limitless demon master for himself. Now, this power had been devoured by Gu Fei. This made him go crazy. He had planned for countless years, but in the end, it had all gone to someone else. How could he not be furious? If he could fuse with his clone, his battle prowess would definitely soar, and he might even be able to break through to the peak of the infinite grade. By then, even if he returned to the infinite realm, he would be able to become an overlord. But now it was all over. It was not easy to break through to the peak of the infinite grade. The limitless demon lord's cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the infinite grade for countless years. Of course, time was the cheapest thing for the limitless demon lord. As long as he did not seek death, he could live forever. The furious, limitless demon lord wanted to charge into space and fight to the death with Gu Fei. However, a figure blocked the limitless demon lord. Your opponent is me. The snow demon sent a palm strike towards the limitless demon lord. A terrifying power of extreme cold erupted from her palm, freezing everything in its path. Humph! With the protection of the limitless demon lord's heaven-burning devil fire, all the frigid palm energy that was surging towards him was blocked by the heaven-burning devil fire. Kill! There was nothing more to say. Let's just do it. Countless demonic flames rushed out of the limitless demon lord's body, turning into demonic dragons that pounced towards the snow demon ferociously. Every demonic dragon formed by the demonic flames seemed to be able to tear apart the void of heaven and earth. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Shui Yao was furious. A divine orb rose from the top of her head. An entire world seemed to be frozen in an instant. Countless demonic dragons that were charging at her were all frozen in the void. What? The limitless demon lord was incomparably shocked. The snow demon actually had such a treasure? It's the hailstone divine pearl. Sacred master, void sky's clone, was shocked. The hailstone divine pearl was no ordinary doctrine treasure. It was an infinite grade doctrine treasure. Once the divine pearl appeared, the snow demon's battle prowess immediately increased by a level. "Pah!" The snow demon snapped her fingers. Then the demonic dragons that were frozen by the hailstone divine pearl all shattered and disappeared into the void. At this moment, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone also rushed towards the limitless demon lord. The snow demon and Sacred Master Void Sky's clone directly attacked the limitless demon lord. No matter how strong the limitless demon lord was, he didn't dare to be careless when faced with two infinite grade existences. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was in the starry sky, actually rushed into the starry sky great demonic formation. The starry sky great demonic formation, which had already been broken by Gu Fei's punch, was continuously repairing itself. This wasn't a good thing for everyone. It should be known that once the demonic formation was repaired, it would be a threat to the entire void realm. Gu Fei rushed into the super great demonic formation because he had his eyes on the extremely strong power that was condensed by the super great demonic formation. If he could even devour the power of the super great demonic formation, his cultivation might be able to break through to the infinite grade. This made Gu Fei jealous. However, when Gu Fei rushed into the super great demonic formation, he discovered that there were many demonic figures standing inside. Gu Fei was stunned. Were these guys also the clones of the limitless demon lord? Actually, Gu Fei's guess was right. The limitless demon lord didn't only leave one clone in this formation. Instead, there was one clone in each of the formation eyes. However, these incarnations didn't have divine will. They were just demonic bodies. Once the limitless demon lord divided his divine will into these demonic bodies would immediately become terrifying killing tools. However, the limitless demon lord didn't have the time to divide his divine will to control these demonic bodies. This way, Gu Fei would benefit from it. In the next moment, countless divine wills rushed out from between his eyebrows. These divine wills rushed into the bodies of the demonic figures in the formation eyes. Then these demonic figures all opened their blood-red eyes and came to life. Then these demonic figures all exploded on the spot. That's right, they exploded on the spot. These demonic figures were originally distributed in the various formation eyes of the super great demonic formation and were nourished by the endless demonic power. At this time, these demonic figures actually exploded on the spot. As a result, the entire super great demonic formation collapsed. Countless demonic patterns directly dissipated in the void. Balls of demonic light exploded in the super great demonic formation. Terrifying destructive power was released and directly destroyed everything. He's crazy. The limitless demon lord was furious. At this time, the madman Gu Fei sat in the center of the super great demonic formation and crazily devoured the huge amount of origin energy around him. Awesome. This demonic power was simply too strong. This made it difficult for Gu Fei to endure. However, Gu Fei's martial body was extremely strong, so he could still endure this power. Very soon, the entire super great demonic formation collapsed and could no longer repair itself. The entire starry sky was enveloped by the terrifying destructive power. Countless stars shattered in the void, and everything was destroyed by the explosive power. Even the void was blasted into countless spatial holes. A vortex appeared in the center of the void of destruction, and the boundless destruction energy frantically gathered towards the vortex. That guy is really crazy. Even Sacred Lord Su Tian raised her head in shock and looked at the scene in the starry sky. Chapter 54:24. In the starry sky of the Void Realm, even Sacred Master Su Tian's clone was shocked by Gu Fei's crazy actions. This fellow was simply crazy. Gu Fei had detonated the entire super demonic formation, and a terrifying destructive force erupted. The entire starry sky was affected and countless stars exploded. This was simply destroying the heavens and earth. At this moment, the emperors of the 5 regions in the Void Realm were all alarmed. They all rushed out and raised their heads to look at the terrifying scene in the sky. Blood-colored demonic light covered the entire starry sky. Huge spatial cracks appeared in the starry sky like black lightning bolts. These spatial cracks existed for a very short period of time. This was because the laws of heaven and earth in the Void Realm were very strong. Once the spatial cracks appeared, they would immediately be repaired by the laws of heaven and earth. It was not an easy task to destroy this world. Even an unbounded level of power could shatter the void here. However, it was still difficult to destroy the entire Void Realm. They would have to pay a huge price, a price that even the unbounded Demon Lord was not willing to pay. At this moment, a huge energy whirlpool appeared in the center of the vast destructive force in the starry sky. A powerful devouring force surged out of the whirlpool and devoured the surrounding destructive force. Even some incomplete demonic patterns and demonic diagrams were devoured by this black hole. A figure was sitting in the center of this black hole whirlpool. This person was Gu Fei. He was extremely excited. If he could devour this destructive force, his cultivation would be able to break through to the unbounded Demon Lord. At that time, he would be able to fight against the unbounded Demon Lord even without using the Sky Ascension secret technique. If he used the Sky Ascension secret technique, wouldn't he be able to defeat the unbounded Demon Lord? At that moment, Gu Fei's powerful will envelop the entire starry sky, controlling this destructive power. Should he allow this destructive power to spread out in all directions? If that happened, not a single star could be seen in the starry sky anymore. Roar! The unbounded Demon Lord roared. He wanted to rush into the starry sky to take back his power, but he was being held back by the Snow Demon and Sacred Master Su Tian's clones. You two be asterisk stars! The limitless Demon Lord was infuriated. Countless blood-colored demonic threads shot out from his body and wrapped around Snow Demon and Sacred Master Void Sky's clones. Each blood-red demonic thread streaked across the void at high speed. Wherever it passed, an extremely tiny spatial crack would appear. These spatial cracks instantly disappeared. If one did not have a strong enough spiritual will, they would not be able to sense that the blood-colored demonic threads that shot out from the limitless Demon Lord's body could actually cut through the void. Buzz! A ball of divine light appeared on Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. This ball of divine light directly enveloped him and blocked the blood-colored demonic silk outside his body. Shui Yao activated the Ice Soul Pearl above her head. A terrifying power of extreme coldness surged out of the pearl. The space around her was frozen by the extreme coldness. Countless blood-colored demonic threads wrapped around her, but all of them stopped 3 feet away from her. With another snap of his fingers, the blood-colored demonic threads 3 feet away from the Snow Demon's body shattered and dissipated in the void. Myriad incarnations, Chinku in chaos! The limitless Demon Lord roared. In the next moment, countless demonic shadows rushed out from his body and rushed in all directions. He wanted to escape from the joint attack of these 2 limitless Demon Lords. This fellow, Shui Yao and Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation were stunned. The limitless Demon Lord looked like he was going all out. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually pretend to go all out and escape? The limitless Demon Lord's move was really effective. Even if Shui Yao and Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation used their full strength, they would not be able to stop this demon. Boom! Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation even shook. The surrounding void shattered, and the blood-colored demonic threads around him were directly shattered. He stretched out his hand, and a huge hand appeared in the sky. He grabbed the countless demonic shadows in his hand and crushed them. Shui Yao also made a move. The Ice Soul Divine Pearl floating above her head released endless divine light. As long as the demonic shadows were illuminated by the divine light, they would instantly be frozen and shattered in the void. The power of this Kane Wuji treasure was truly heaven-defying. In the hands of Shui Yao, the power of this Kane Wuji treasure was even more shocking. However, even if they used their full strength, dozens of demonic shadows still managed to escape. The dozens of demonic figures soared into the sky and rushed into the starry sky, diving into the terrifying destructive force. Then, the huge destructive power was crazily devoured by another force. The limitless demon lord and Gu Fei were fighting over this destructive power. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void and devouring the destructive power around him, suddenly opened his eyes. Those two fellas are too useless. They can't even hold that demon back when they work together? Gu Fei was really speechless. Little fella, how dare you spoil my plans? I'm going to tear you into pieces. The limitless demon lord's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. A terrifying spiritual will directly locked onto Gu Fei. Tisk, who's afraid of who? Gu Fei didn't care. Even if this fellow wasn't killed by Shui Yao and Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation, he would definitely be severely injured. Why would he be afraid of a demon like him? Swoosh! A demonic shadow broke through the layers of destructive power and appeared in front of Gu Fei. Then it punched towards Gu Fei. A violent fist force erupted from this demonic figure, shaking the heavens and the earth. Bam! Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, extended his right hand and blocked the demonic shadow's punch. I'll devour you two. Gu Fei grabbed the demonic shadow's fist. In the next moment, a powerful devouring power exploded from his right hand. The demonic power of the demonic shadow immediately surged towards him. What? The demonic shadow was shocked. He wanted to retract his fist, but it was too late. In just an instant, the demonic shadow became faint and illusory. Very quickly, the demonic shadow dissipated. It had actually been devoured by Gu Fei. Not bad. Gu Fei let out a long breath. This breath was a gust of black qi. It was the demonic nature that he had yet to refine, and he spat it out. Refining the demonic nature of an unbounded demon wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Therefore, Gu Fei forced the demonic nature out of his body. At this moment, Gu Fei was already in a mysterious state where his cultivation was about to break through, but hadn't broken through yet. However, the limitless demon lord had already arrived. He was fighting with Gu Fei for this power. Chapter 54:25. The limitless demon lord was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He had painstakingly set up a backup plan for countless years, but now it had become someone else's wedding dress. This almost drove him, an unparalleled great demon, crazy. The limitless demon lord charged into space. At this moment, the entire star demonic formation had collapsed and turned into a destructive force that covered the entire space. This force was definitely at the limitless demon lord. It had not been refined by the laws of heaven and earth in the void realm. However, the limitless demon lord could clearly sense that his power was rapidly disappearing. Needless to say, that little fellow, Gu Fei, was devouring his power. Preposterous! The limitless demon lord frantically devoured this destructive force. At the same time, he created a few clones that charged towards where Gu Fei was. However, the current Gu Fei was not the Gu Fei who had fought against the limitless demon lord. He had devoured one of the clones, and now he was devouring a large amount of destructive force. Gu Fei's current cultivation was between the middle stage of the limitless demon lord and the upper stage of the limitless demon lord. He was only half a step away from breaking through to the upper stage of the limitless Demon Lord. How could the clones of the limitless Demon Lord do anything to Gu Fei? Gu Fei directly devoured one of the clones of the limitless Demon Lord. At this moment, another 2 demonic figures appeared near Gu Fei. However, they hid at the side and were not in a hurry to attack. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with the 2 demonic shadows. He was at a crucial point in his cultivation. His cultivation could break through to the upper stage of the limitless Demon Lord at any time. As long as he could break through to the upper stage of the limitless Demon Lord, he would not be afraid of anyone and could do whatever he wanted in the Void Realm. At this moment, the Snow Yao and Sacred Lord Void Sky's clones did not charge into space. The destructive force in space was a problem for them. They were not as sick as Gu Fei, who could ignore the demonic nature. Both the Snow Yao and Sacred Lord Void Sky were afraid of the limitless Demon Lord's demonic nature. 2 lunatics. The Snow Demon raised her head to look at the destructive power in the sky. Her expression was extremely cold. Of course, her expression was always cold. Let's see which of these 2 fellows is stronger. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone immediately charged down from the sky and disappeared from the culmination Snow Mountain. Hey, you're leaving just like that? Shui Yao was shocked when she saw this. If the big devil came back, she might not be able to stop the devil by herself. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone did not say anything. At this moment, 2 powerful devouring forces were frantically devouring the destructive energy in the starry sky. Limitless Demon Lord, send a few more clones over. Gu Fei shouted towards the limitless Demon Lord. You little bastard! The limitless Demon Lord was enraged. Boom! At this moment, the 2 demonic shadows lurking near Gu Fei suddenly attacked. Go to hell! One of the demonic shadows bellowed and sent a palm strike towards Gu Fei. Rumble! The destructive energy nearby was attracted by the palm strike of the demonic shadow. All of it headed towards Gu Fei, causing the destructive energy around Gu Fei to boil. Kill! The other demonic shadow roared. Kill! Then he pointed a finger and a blood-colored demonic light pierced through the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Haha, you're sending me more power? How can I accept this? Gu Fei laughed. In the next moment, his body trembled. In the next moment, the entire void collapsed, and all the attacks were devoured by him. Even the 2 demonic shadows were devoured by Gu Fei. They instantly dissipated in the void and turned into 2 demonic forces that were devoured by Gu Fei. You, the limitless Demon Lord, was really going crazy. Buzz! At this moment, a loud sound came from Gu Fei's body. It was as if something in his body had been broken. Then, an unprecedentedly powerful devouring force erupted from his body. What? When the limitless Demon Lord sensed this energy fluctuation, he couldn't help being startled. This fellow was simply a monster amongst monsters. No one expected that Gu Fei would actually break through the shackles of cultivation at this moment. His cultivation actually took that crucial step forward. Rumble! The sky shook and the laws of heaven and earth in the entire void realm were shaken. From this moment onwards, Gu Fei no longer needed to borrow the power of the minor void realm. He no longer feared the laws of heaven and earth in the void realm, because when his cultivation broke through to the great completion of the limitless realm, the laws of heaven and earth in the void realm could no longer suppress him. Master! Even the limitless fire spirit in the eastern wilderness could sense Gu Fei's aura. This aura, Palace Lord Ling Tian, who appeared near the Sky Royal City, wanted to enter. However, she suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the sky culmination, Snow Mountain. Yu Xian also appeared in the sky above the Sky Royal City. Maybe we can leave this damned place now. Yu Xian also looked in the direction of the Sky Clan. There was an ancient teleportation array in the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan. Previously, When Gu Fei was in the Sky Clan, he wanted to activate the Super Teleportation Array. However, he didn't have the cultivation to activate it at that time. But now it was different. The great completion of the limitless realm. Gu Fei definitely had the power to activate the Great Formation in the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan. At this moment, all the creatures in the Void Realm knelt in the direction of the sky, Snow Mountain in fear. It was as if they were worshipping the supreme god in their hearts. I finally broke through. Gu Fei was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that after devouring the 2 clones of the limitless demon lord, his cultivation actually broke through to the great completion of the limitless realm. Although the middle stage of the limitless realm and the great completion of the limitless realm were separated by a small realm, the difference was like the clouds and mud. The great completion of the limitless realm could easily abuse Gu Fei. If Gu Fei didn't have such a heaven-defying secret technique like the Heaven Ascension secret technique, he would have been in deep trouble during the battle with the limitless realm. Even though the limitless demon lord was injured by the Snow Demon and Sacred Master Void Skies clones, if Gu Fei's cultivation was still at the middle stage of the limitless realm, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the limitless demon lord. However, the current Gu Fei was different from the past. Kill! The limitless demon lord couldn't care less about devouring the destructive energy around him. He roared, broke through the layers of destructive energy, and charged towards Gu Fei. He wouldn't let Gu Fei have the chance to consolidate his cultivation. Gu Fei's cultivation had just broken through to the great completion of the limitless realm. His realm wasn't stable yet, and he still needed to devour endless energy to refine the limitless martial body. The limitless demon lord knew that if he let Gu Fei live past today, he wouldn't be able to suppress this human anymore. Haha, good timing. I was just looking for you to practice. Gu Fei roared out in laughter as he charged towards the limitless demon lord. The limitless demon lord wouldn't have expected that Gu Fei was a limitless realm martial artist. He was able to consolidate his cultivation and refine his martial body in battle. Boom! The 2 silhouettes collided with each other in an instant, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The surrounding destructive power was instantly dispersed by the explosive power. You, the limitless demon lord, was both shocked and enraged. This fella must have devoured the endless energy that he had gathered with his formation, which was why he could break through to the great completion of the limitless realm. This time around, he had truly made a wedding dress for someone else. If he could devour this energy, his cultivation might even be able to break through his current shackles and rush into the peak of the limitless realm. But now, not only was he severely injured, his cultivation base had dropped significantly. Even his backup plan had been destroyed. The setup within the Void World was the limitless demon lord's greatest trump card. But now, this trump card of the limitless demon lord was completely destroyed. He really wanted to tear Gu Fei into a million pieces. However, it seemed like he couldn't tear Gu Fei into a million pieces anymore. Boom! Bam! The 2 figures moved quickly in the starry sky, clashing continuously. The terrifying collision sounds were earth-shattering. All living beings in the middle sky could hear it. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. This was especially true for those experts. Even their souls were trembling. You want to kill me? Gu Fei's battle intent surged as he clashed head-on with the limitless demon lord. He was using the limitless demon lord's strength to train himself. In the Void World, where else could he find such a perfect opponent like the limitless demon lord? This fella is really sick. Shui Yao retreated far away to watch the battle. She didn't expect Gu Fei to break through his cultivation shackles at this time and reach the great completion of the limitless realm. This was really the biggest surprise of the day. This fella, at the peak of the middle sky Snow Mountain, Sacred Lord Su Tian's clone, who was sitting cross-legged on a large rock, had a bright look in his eyes. He seemed to be calculating something. Gu Fei's appearance had broken the arrangements of the strongest existences in this world. To the limitless demon lord, he was definitely the most unlucky one. However, to Sacred Lord Su Tian's clone and Shui Yao, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Bam! The limitless demon lord ruthlessly slammed his palm on Gu Fei's left shoulder. However, at the same time, Gu Fei's fist also landed solidly on the limitless demon lord's left chest. In the next moment, the two figures flew backwards. Gu Fei stabilized his body and looked down. He saw a black palm print on his left shoulder. This palm print was emitting black, demonic energy. To ordinary living beings, demonic energy was also something fatal. However, to Gu Fei this was nothing. He directly swallowed, refined, and absorbed the demonic power that invaded his body. The limitless demon lord stabilized his body and looked at his left chest. He saw that the muscles and bones on his left chest had collapsed inwards. This was a fist print. Humph! The limitless demon lord used his mystic technique. The fist print on his chest quickly disappeared. Very soon it completely disappeared. Again. Chapter 54:26. In the depths of space above the sky-piercing snow mountain, two powerful figures were moving quickly and fighting intensely. Terrifying ripples of energy spread out in all directions. Countless beings in the sky-piercing snow mountain and even the void realm trembled under the pressure of these two supreme auras. Infinite primes were unrivaled experts in the void realm. In the entire void realm, not a single being could break through to the infinite prime realm. All the infinite primes in the void realm were outsiders. Whether it was Gu Fei, the limitless demon lord, the Snow Yao, or Sacred Master Void Sky, they were all outsiders. Over the years, the strongest beings in the void realm were only at the transcendent Emperor realm, which was the eternal realm. It was far too difficult to break through to the infinite prime realm. As Gu Fei broke through to the complete stage of the infinite realm, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone, the Snow Yao, and the limitless demon lord saw hope. No one was willing to stay in a place like the void realm. They wanted to go back to the great world where there was no life and death. That was the true stage for supreme infinite primes like them. Whether it was the Snow Yao, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone, the limitless demon lord, Yuxian or Palace Master Ling Tian, they all wanted to leave the void realm. However, due to various reasons, they couldn't leave the void realm. That was until Gu Fei appeared. Kill! Kill! Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord fought with their lives on the line. Both of them were covered in wounds. However, their battle intent was high, and they didn't have any intentions of stopping. These two madmen, the Snow Yao was speechless when she saw this. At this level of cultivation, it was easy to determine victory and defeat, but it was difficult to determine life and death. This was because it was very difficult for infinite primes to die. Before, the Snow Yao and Sacred Master Void Sky's clone could only heavily injure the limitless demon lord. They weren't able to kill the limitless demon lord even if they teamed up. Plus, they couldn't kill the limitless demon lord. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the complete stage of the infinite realm, it wasn't easy to kill the limitless demon lord. We can't continue fighting like this. Should we ask them to stop? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone appeared beside the snow demon. How? Will they listen to you? The snow demon said coldly, even if we work together, we still can't stop them. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone said proudly, one had to know that his main body was the primogenitor of this world. The entire cultivation system of the void realm was established by his main body. However, his original body had been gone for a long time. If Sacred Master Su Tian's main body was here, the limitless demon lord wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. You're right. The snow demon nodded. If they joined forces, they would have the ability to stop this battle between these two fellows. Let them fight to their heart's content first. The snow demon did not want to make a move. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was speechless. If these two fellows were to fight to the death, it would affect their plan. They had been plotting for countless years. What was it for? Didn't he just want to return to the limitless realm? If the limitless demon lord and Gu Fei were to fight to the death, it wouldn't benefit anyone. An hour later, Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord were still fighting. 2 hours passed. For hours passed. They were still fighting without stopping. Have these two fellows really gone crazy? This time, even the snow demon was speechless. As for Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord, there wasn't a single part of their bodies that wasn't injured. However, the recovery ability of Gu Fei's limitless martial body was indeed shocking. This was especially so after his cultivation broke through to the limitless realm. The injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's time to stop, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone said. The snow demon nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone said. Then let's make a move. As the snow demon spoke, a ball of divine light rushed out from her body. In the next instant, this ball of divine light rushed into the starry sky. The snow demon's figure also disappeared. Swoosh! Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone took a step forward and also disappeared into the void. One move to decide life and death. The limitless demon lord roared. The demonic power in his body started to boil. Ancient demonic patterns appeared on his body. At this moment, his battle power soared to the extreme. The terrifying demonic aura swept across the sky and the earth. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Very good. Gu Fei also didn't want to continue fighting. One move to decide life and death was one move to decide life and death. The essence chi on Gu Fei's body also soared to the extreme. However, he didn't use the Heaven Ascension secret technique. The entire starry sky shook violently under the impact of these two powerful essence chis. The entire sky seemed like it was going to collapse. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Just as the two powerhouses were about to go all out, two figures suddenly appeared between them in the next moment. What? The limitless demon lord went crazy when he saw these two fellas. What's the meaning of this? Do you really want to fight to the death? The limitless demon lord roared at the two of them. Old demon, don't be angry. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone said calmly. Don't be angry, your head. The limitless demon lord scolded. Humph. The snow Yao laughed coldly. She didn't say anything, but a cold aura spread from her body. The surrounding void seemed like it was going to freeze. Haha, now that it's 3 against 1, you're dead for sure. Gu Fei was happy. What? The limitless demon lord was stunned. The situation was very disadvantageous to him. If these fellas really ganged up on him, he would really be in danger. Go, Gu Fei said to the Snow Yao and Sacred Master, Void Sky's clone. Old demon, how about we just let it go? Sacred Master, Void Sky's clone said. Just let it go? You make it sound so easy. The limitless demon lord was unhappy. Then what do you want? The Snow Yao's cold voice sounded. Tell this fella to spit out all my things and apologize verbally. Then I might consider letting it go. The limitless demon lord said angrily. Che, no one has ever been able to take back the things that are in this daddy's hands. Gu Fei said in disdain. Then there's no room for discussion. A shocking killing intent surged from the limitless demon lord's body. All right, do you still want to go back or not? Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was getting impatient. The limitless demon lord didn't say anything. He simply couldn't swallow this anger. However, he had to swallow it even if he couldn't. After all, everything they did was to return. Chapter 54:27. Things were really out of his expectations. Gu Fei didn't expect Sacred Master Su Tian's incarnation and Snow Demon to be acquainted with the limitless Demon Master. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the three of them didn't seem to have a life and death grudge. This was because they didn't seem to have any intention of teaming up with Gu Fei to fight the Limitless Demon Lord. This way, even if Gu Fei wanted to kill the Limitless Demon Lord, he wouldn't be able to. He could tell that they wouldn't let him fight the Limitless Demon Lord anymore. This is a bit of a scheme. Gu Fei looked at Snow Yao and Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. What scheme? I don't want to play with schemes. The Limitless Demon Lord laughed coldly. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. Okay, that's it. Old demon, go back first. I'll find you later. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation said to the Limitless Demon Lord. The Limitless Demon Lord stared at Gu Fei for a while before turning around and leaving. What are you looking at? Gu Fei pointed his middle finger in the direction that the Limitless Demon Lord disappeared in. Now, let's talk about your matter. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation said to Gu Fei. My matter? What matter? Gu Fei was still devouring the destructive power that hadn't dissipated yet. The wounds on his body were healing quickly. The recovery speed of your Dao body is quite strong. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation couldn't help but be surprised when she saw this. It's just S.O. Gu Fei smiled. Okay, let's talk. What are you guys planning? Gu Fei was also very curious. The Limitless Demon Lord had left so easily. Things definitely weren't simple. This was because the Limitless Demon Lord and him were like fire and water. But the Limitless Demon Lord had suffered such a big loss and was still able to swallow it. What they were planning was definitely not simple. Without the Limitless Demon Master stopping him, Gu Fei very quickly devoured all the destructive energy in the starry sky. Shui Yao and Sacred Master Void Sky's clones shook their heads. Their cultivation realms had already reached the limit, so it would be very difficult for them to break through again. They did not take the destructive power in the starry sky seriously. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Gu Fei. He pointed his finger, and a ball of divine light immediately rushed out of his finger and flew in front of Gu Fei. Let's go! Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation said to the snow monster. In the next instant, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone and the snow demon disappeared from the starry sky. Memory divine light? Gu Fei looked at the thumb-sized ball of divine light floating in front of him and could not help but frown. The two of them left just like that? Gu Fei was speechless. However, what he wanted to know was definitely in this ball of divine light. He hesitated for a moment, but in the next instant he grabbed the ball of divine light. The moment he grabbed the ball of divine light, a large amount of information directly entered his mind. So that's how it is. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. It turned out that these fellows were pitiful creatures that had been stranded here. They were constantly thinking about how to return to the limitless realm. But no matter how hard they tried, it was all for naught. There was a teleportation array in the ancestral ground of the Sky Race. In theory, as long as this array was activated, they would be able to return to the limitless realm. However, in reality, even if they activated the array, they would not be able to return. It was easy to come out, but difficult to go back. Wanting to break through the boundary wall of the limitless realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, Shui Yao, Yuxian, Palace Master Ling Tian, and the Limitless Demon Master had tried all sorts of methods. However, they had never been able to send a single person back to the limitless realm alive. Those people had all died, their bodies and souls destroyed. This was because the boundary wall of the limitless realm was simply too difficult to break through. Once they failed, there was only one outcome: death. Now that Gu Fei had appeared, they saw a glimmer of hope. This was because if they wanted to return to the limitless realm, they needed 2 teleportation array platforms. One array platform was in the void realm, but the other array platform had to be in the limitless realm. Someone had to enter the limitless realm and build another array platform there. This way, everyone would be able to return to the limitless realm safely. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and Shui Yao did not want to take the risk. This was because they did not want to die. One had to know that if they failed, even if they were limitless primes, there would only be one outcome: death. These fellows actually want to send themselves to death? In their dreams. Gu Fei sneered. These fellows wanted to use him to break through the boundary wall of the limitless realm? They really thought too highly of him. Although Gu Fei also wanted to see the legendary supreme world where there was no life and death and where all living beings could live forever. This did not mean that he would treat his life as a joke. However, Gu Fei's thoughts were too simple. He immediately returned to Soaring Sky Imperial City and went into seclusion. While he was in seclusion, his subordinates started to attack cities and conquer territories. Wherever they went, countless forces would bow their heads. Even the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins had submitted. If he did not submit, he would die. The Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins was very smart. He naturally did not want to die. The other monarch of the North Ruins had also submitted to Gu Fei. Even the Ghost Emperor had submitted. If the Bone Emperor did not submit, there would only be one outcome for him, and that was death. These two archenemies of the North Ruins had fought for countless years. Who would have thought that they would become Gu Fei's subordinates? As a result, these two archenemies could no longer fight. The North Ruins, the East Wastelands, the West Sea, and most of the Middle Sky had submitted. Moreover, the Southern Barbarian was originally Gu Fei's headquarters. As a result, except for the Middle Sky, Gu Fei had not completely conquered the 4 great regions of the Void Realm. The Middle Sky was a special place. It had the Middle Sky Snow Mountain and the Limitless Demon Lord's territory. Even Gu Fei would not be able to conquer these 2 places in a short time. Of course, there was also the towering Heaven Palace above the 9 heavens. Therefore, even though Gu Fei had conquered the 4 great regions, he had not conquered the entire Void Realm. It seemed a little difficult for him to become the Realm Master of the Void Realm. Everything was handled by his subordinates. He went into seclusion in Middle Sky Imperial City. Moreover, he went into seclusion for a total of 24 years. One day, the door to his seclusion grounds opened. During these 24 years, the Limitless Demon Lord was also recuperating. The Snow Demon on the Middle Sky Snow Mountain and Sacred Master Void Heaven's incarnation did not appear, much less in Middle Sky Imperial City. However, when Gu Fei came out of seclusion, a figure sitting on the peak of the Middle Sky Snow Mountain suddenly opened his eyes. "It's time." The figure stood up. He was Sacred Master Void Heaven's incarnation. At the same time, the Snow Demon appeared next to him. "He's willing to go." The Snow Demon pondered. "Then it's not up to him." Sacred Master Void Heaven said coldly, "Let's split up." Sacred Master Void Heaven's incarnation disappeared from the peak of the Snow Mountain. The Snow Demon also left the Middle Sky Snow Mountain. Ancestral grounds of the Sky race. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire ancestral grounds of the Sky race shook. A figure descended from the sky, broke through the layers of arrays, and killed his way into the ancestral grounds of the Sky race. The ancestral grounds of the Sky race were in chaos. Very quickly, the figure grabbed a person and rushed out of the ancestral grounds of the Sky race. Old Ancestor, the Emperors of the Sky race roared as they chased after the figure. However, they did not even see the figure of the person. Who is that person? How dare he capture the old ancestor? One of the Emperors of the Sky race roared. The other Emperors of the Sky race were also shocked. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, outside the Ling Tian Palace, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Ling Tian Palace. Boom! This person punched out and sent the door of the Ling Tian Palace flying. Who dares to cause trouble in the Ling Tian Palace? An angry roar came from the Ling Tian Palace. That person did not say a word. He took a step forward and instantly entered the Ling Tian Palace. Then, under the horrified gazes of the Ling Tian Palace's inner court disciples. That person actually barged into the palace master's seclusion grounds and captured him. The defensive array of the Ling Tian Palace was as weak as paper in front of this person. Not long later, two figures arrived at the Limitless Demon Lord's territory. The Snow Demon grabbed Yu Xian, while the incarnation of Sacred Master, Void Heaven, grabbed the Ling Tian Palace Master. Fuse! The Snow Demon and Sacred Master, Void Heaven's incarnation, actually executed a great mystic art and forcefully fused Yu Xian, and the Ling Tian Palace Master together. Boom! A powerful and terrifying energy appeared in the sky, causing the color of the sky to change. After Yu Xian, fused with the Ling Tian Palace Master, she turned into the Limitless Sword Master. The moment the Limitless Sword Master appeared, a shocking sword chi spread out from her body. "What the hell are you doing in my territory?" An angry roar sounded. Then a demonic figure appeared in the sky. Buzz! A sword chime sounded, and a resplendent sword light rushed out from the Limitless Sword Master's body and circled around her. "Why, you want to fight?" The Limitless Demon Lord said coldly. After more than 24 years of recuperation, the Limitless Demon Lord's cultivation had completely recovered. "It's time," Sacred Master Void Heaven's incarnation said indifferently. "Really?" The Limitless Demon Lord was shocked and happy when he heard this. "All right, let's go to the Middle Sky Imperial City," Sacred Master Void Heaven's incarnation said, and left the Buddhist land. Snow Demon and the rest also rushed towards the Middle Sky Imperial City. At this moment, Gu Fei still didn't know that Sacred Master Void Heaven's incarnation and the rest were on the way to the Middle Sky Imperial City. "Little fellow, come with us." Gu Fei just came out of seclusion, and before but even warmed up, he was surrounded by 4 fellas in the Middle Sky Imperial City's palace. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. These 4 fellows actually appeared at the same time, and all of them were looking for him. Oh no! Chapter 54:28. In the rear garden of the royal palace of the Zhongtian Royal City, 4 figures appeared in a pavilion without any warning, directly blocking Gu Fei in the pavilion. You guys, Gu Fei was shocked. He had been in seclusion for 23 years and had finally stabilized his cultivation at the great perfection of the infinite realm. Unfortunately, he had just come out of seclusion when he was blocked by these 4 fellas. The 4 guys blocking Gu Fei were the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian, the Snow Demon of the Culmination Snow Mountain, the Limitless Sword Master formed by the fusion of Yu Xian, and Ling Tian Palace Master, and the Limitless Demon Master, who had been tricked by Gu Fei. These 4 fellows were all infinite primes. The 4 of them represented the strongest combat power in the Void Realm. In the entire Void Realm, apart from Gu Fei, no one else could compete with these 4 fellows. Being trapped in the pavilion by these 4 fellows, even Gu Fei felt his hair stand on end. One must know that if these 4 fellows were to join forces against him, he would not be a match for them at all. "What do you want?" Gu Fei stared at the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian with a solemn expression. He knew that the leader of the 4 was definitely the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian. This was because the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian should be the strongest of the 4 limitless primes. Even the Limitless Sword Master didn't say anything. Yu Xian was Gu Fei's disciple, so she naturally wouldn't go against Gu Fei. However, she had fused with Ling Tian Palace Master and turned into the Limitless Sword Master. Yu Xian was no longer the original Yu Xian, and Ling Tian Palace Master wasn't the original Ling Tian Palace Master either. The Limitless Sword Master that they had fused into was a new life form. No one could see the true face of this Limitless Sword Master. Her face was always shrouded in a layer of mist. Even Gu Fei couldn't see through her. "Don't be nervous. We're here to give you a great fortune." The clone of Sacred Master Su Tian smiled. "Give your head." Don't think I don't know what you want. You want me to die? No way. Gu Fei pointed his middle finger at Sacred Master, Void Sky's clone. Ever since Gu Fei found out about Sacred Master Void Sky's goal, he had been on his guard. He didn't think that these fellows would still come knocking on his door today. Humph. You have to go even if you don't want to. The Limitless Demon Lord sneered. You'd better come with us. Snow Demon looked at Gu Fei and said indifferently. The Limitless Sword Master did not speak, but her sword intent had already locked onto Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei made a move, she would not hesitate to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked and angry. Don't be too pessimistic. If you succeed, you will be the first living being to enter the Limitless Realm. Sacred, Lord Void Sky's clone said. Why did he say that? That was because no outsider had ever entered the Limitless Realm. Since ancient times, not a single living being had succeeded. Returning to the Limitless Realm from the lower realms was harder than ascending to the heavens. This was also why the Limitless Demon Lord and the others were trapped in the Void Realm and could not return. I will naturally go to the Limitless Realm, but not in this form. Gu Fei stared at Sacred Master Void Sky's clone, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. The entire palace and all living beings in the Central Sky Imperial City felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. What happened? Xiao Ye immediately charged towards the back garden. You'd better come with us. Otherwise, everyone here will be finished. The Limitless Demon Lord's body also emanated an extremely dangerous aura. Gu Fei was both shocked and angry. For existences at their level, they could destroy the entire Central Sky Imperial City in the blink of an eye. You should do as Old Demon says. Snow Demon's cold voice sounded. Humph. Lead the way, Gu Fei said in a low voice. He had not been threatened in a very long time. Today he was actually being threatened, and he had no choice but to do as the other party said. This was too depressing. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone soared into the sky. Gu Fei followed behind, and Snow Demon and the other two followed behind. When Xiao Ye charged into the back garden of the palace, she could not see a single person. Master! Xiao Ye was indescribably shocked. An hour later, in the ancestral grounds of the Sky Race, the Limitless Sword Master opened the layers of formations of the ancestral grounds, and they directly entered the void beginning small world. Master, you're finally here? The Sacred Hall Soul appeared in the void. However, when the Sacred Hall Soul saw Snow Demon, the Limitless Demon Lord, and Sacred Master Void Sky's clone, it immediately fled. Come out. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone grabbed at the void with its right hand, and the Sacred Hall Soul immediately appeared in the void again. The Sacred Hall Soul struggled with all its might, but it could not break free from Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. At this time, the 12 ancient emperors of the Sky Race had also arrived outside the void beginning small world. However, without the Sacred Hall Soul summons, they did not dare to enter. Let me go, you detestable old man. The Sacred Hall Soul continued to struggle. Old man. Gu Fei almost laughed when he heard this. He had already guessed what these fellows wanted to do. They wanted to activate the teleportation formation here, and they wanted him to scout for them. If you don't behave, I'll erase your consciousness. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone said coldly. The soul of the temple immediately stopped struggling and became extremely obedient. Esteemed guest, what orders do you have? The Sacred Hall Soul turned into a green-robed messenger and bowed respectfully to Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Open the teleportation hall and let us in. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone ordered the Sacred Hall Soul. Yes, esteemed guest. The Sacred Hall Soul was really too obedient at this time. The tightly shut door of the Sacred Hall, floating in the void, slowly opened. Let's go in. Sacred Master, Void Sky's clone, said as its figure flashed and directly entered the sacred hall of the Sky Race. Actually, the sacred hall of the Sky Race was just a teleportation hall. In the entire hall, the most valuable thing was the teleportation formation platform in the middle of the hall. Gu Fei was watched by Shui Yao and the others as he entered the teleportation hall. After the 5 of them entered the teleportation hall, they saw the ancient teleportation formation platform that exuded an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. At this time, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone and the others skillfully operated the teleportation formation. As ancient formations lit up one after another, the entire superformation platform gradually began to operate. A powerful yuan qi fluctuation spread out from this super ancient platform. Chapter 54:29. Gu Fei had returned to the ancestral land of the Heavenly Clan. At this time, he was not willing to return. It was as if he had been forced to return. The Heavenly Clansmen in the ancestral grounds were stunned. They had no idea what was going on. However, when they saw the limitless Swordmaster, they were terrified to the extreme. They didn't dare to resist or stop Shui Yao and the others. The Heavenly Clansmen had no idea what was going on. Only the 12 ancient emperors could guess what was going on. At this moment, an extremely powerful wave of yuan qi surged out of the little void world. The 12 ancient emperors were terrified. Even the 12 ancient emperors could not withstand this aura. Soon, the 12 ancient emperors retreated. Retreat, retreat, retreat from the ancestral grounds. The 12 ancient emperors split up and began to retreat. The ancestral grounds of the heavenly race were very dangerous. If the 12 ancient emperors could not withstand the aura of the teleportation formation, the others would not be able to. If they remained in the Sky Clan's ancestral land, even the 12 ancient emperors would die. Very quickly, all the Tian Clan clansmen in the Tian Clan ancestral land evacuated from the ancestral land. They retreated to a stronghold hundreds of thousands of miles away. The Heavenly Clansmen had prepared a backup plan. Meanwhile, in the little void world of the ancestral grounds, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was leading everything. Soon, the teleportation formation was fully operational. Buzz! The void trembled and a beam of light shot out of the teleportation formation. It broke through the void and rushed into the endless void. At this moment, the limitless Demon Master, the Snow Demon, and the limitless Sword Master were all pouring limitless power into the teleportation formation. With 3 limitless primes working together, even the most powerful teleportation formation could be activated. However, the beam of light that shot out of the teleportation formation began to tremble. "It's like this again," Sacred Master Void Sky's clone said through gritted teeth. "Little fellow, it's your turn." Sacred Master Void Sky's clone said to Gu Fei, who was outside the teleportation formation. This Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. These fellows were obviously trying to force him to his death. How preposterous! Do you want a life and death struggle? Gu Fei gritted his teeth, and a powerful yuan qi fluctuation erupted from his body. "I advise you not to do anything stupid." Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation stared at Gu Fei and said with a solemn expression, "It's fine if you want me to go up on stage, but you have to promise me one thing." Gu Fei thought for a moment and suddenly said, "What is it? Tell me." Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone said impatiently, "Regardless of whether I'm alive or dead, you can't touch my people, let alone kill them. If you agree, I'll help you. Otherwise, we'll have a good fight." Gu Fei stared at Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and said coldly, "You still dare to bargain?" The limitless demon lord sneered. "TCH, why wouldn't I dare? This isn't Zenith Imperial City." Gu Fei said. His meaning was very clear. In this place, he could attack without any scruples. "All right, I agree." Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone agreed very straightforwardly. He didn't put Gu Fei's subordinates in his eyes at all and wouldn't attack them. However, The limitless demon lord was different. He was a ruthless person who could do anything. Snow Demon also agreed, and the limitless sword master also nodded his head. Only the limitless demon lord was still hesitating. "Old demon, what are you doing?" Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone shouted at the limitless demon lord impatiently. "Preposterous!" The limitless demon lord roared in anger. "Do you agree or not? Just say it." Gu Fei yelled at the limitless demon lord. "I agree. Is that enough?" The limitless demon lord said angrily. With his identity, he couldn't go back on his word once he agreed. If he did, Sacred Lord Void Sky and the others definitely wouldn't let him off. The limitless demon lord was very wary of Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. If there was anyone in the Void realm that could kill him, it would be Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Very good. Gu Fei nodded his head in satisfaction and walked towards the teleportation array. He was extremely excited. If he could enter the legendary Supreme Great World, it would be a great fortune for him. He went up to the teleportation formation platform and walked into the light pillar on the teleportation formation platform. Swish! Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. "I hope he succeeds." Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone stared at the pillar of light and murmured to himself. Those people before him all failed. Can this little fella succeed? The limitless demon lord laughed coldly. "Old demon, can you stop talking?" Snow Demon said angrily. Humph. The limitless demon lord laughed coldly and didn't say anything else. They were all staring at the pillar of light on the teleportation array and carefully sensing the changes in it. At this moment, Gu Fei was moving quickly in the light pillar as though he was riding on a cloud. However, he couldn't sense that he was moving at all. The surroundings were extremely quiet. After an unknown period of time, boom! With a loud bang, he crashed into something. His entire body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. It's over. The limitless demon lord was very disappointed in the teleportation hall of the empty beginning small world. It's over just like that? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and the others were also depressed. It was the same the previous few times. The life aura on the pillar of light on the teleportation array had disappeared. In other words, Gu Fei was dead. Both his body and soul had been destroyed. At this moment, at the end of the pillar of light, a ball of divine light exploded and illuminated the entire dark void. An impassable boundary wall appeared in the void. The light beam collided with the boundary wall and was blocked by it. Gu Fei also crashed into the wall. Then his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The stronger the wall, the stronger the law of heaven and earth of the great world. The difficulty of breaking through the wall and entering the great world would increase. I thought that the little fellow would at least be able to hold on for a while. Who would have thought that he would be finished so quickly? The limitless demon lord didn't rejoice in Gu Fei's misfortune. After all, Gu Fei's failure was also their failure. There was nothing to be happy about. After plotting for so long, it still ended in failure. This made Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and the others extremely unhappy. However, was Gu Fei really dead? At this moment, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and the others started to stop pouring energy into the super ancient array. The Tao patterns on the ancient array gradually disappeared and re-entered the ancient array. The entire ancient teleportation array gradually stopped operating. The pillar of light that had rushed out of the teleportation array also gradually dissipated into the void and eventually disappeared completely. The void that had been pierced by the pillar of light was quickly repaired by the heaven and earth power of the empty beginning small world. Very soon, the void was completely repaired. This way, no matter how strong Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and the other spiritual force was, they wouldn't be able to sense Gu Fei's existence. Furthermore, in their opinion, Gu Fei was already dead. This wasn't the first time they had done something like this. In fact, they had forced others to do the same thing before. However, all of them had failed. Furthermore, the consequence of failure was the destruction of both their body and soul. At this moment, outside the boundary of the limitless realm, a mass of blood mist floated quietly in the primal chaos void. Even the terrifying chaotic power was unable to destroy this blood mist. However, there wasn't a single trace of vitality coming from this blood mist. Another one is here to die? An extremely old voice suddenly sounded in the primal chaos void. Then a figure appeared in front of the blood mist and stared at it. This was an old man, a skinny old man. This old man was bare-chested and had sparse hair. His face was full of wrinkles, and his fingernails were very long and very sharp. The old man just stood in the void, looking very weak. However, the surrounding chaotic power actually couldn't get close to him. What the hell? At this moment, the old man who was staring at the blood mist looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was really scared out of his wits. With a swoosh, the old man retreated thousands of miles away. At this moment, the blood mist floating in the void gradually began to exude vitality. Furthermore, this vitality was gradually becoming stronger. The blood mist began to emit boundless blood-colored light, illuminating the entire primal chaos void nearby. What's going on? He managed to survive even that? After retreating thousands of miles away, the mysterious old man stared at the blood mist. Soon, a figure appeared in the blood mist. Then, the blood mist began to weaken as the powerful vitality was devoured and absorbed by the figure. Finally, a figure appeared in the primal chaos void. This person was none other than Gu Fei. Gu Fei wouldn't die so easily. He had grasped the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao's ascension secret technique. Even if his spirit was scattered, he could still reassemble it and reconstruct his physical body, returning to his peak state. That collision just now would have killed Gu Fei in both body and spirit, even if he was an unparalleled expert. However, he had used the ascension secret technique in advance. Therefore, while Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, he actually hadn't actually died yet. However, that collision was too vicious. Gu Fei couldn't recover in a short time. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone thought that Gu Fei was finished. Who would have thought that Gu Fei wasn't dead? He had reassembled his spirit, reconstructed his martial body, and came back to life. It's a kid? The mysterious old man was both surprised and delighted to see Gu Fei. This kid didn't die. He wouldn't be so lonely now. The mysterious old man was about to go crazy after being trapped in the primal chaos for countless years. After Gu Fei reconstructed his martial body, he immediately sensed the mysterious old man's existence. Swoosh! The void in front of Gu Fei suddenly shook. Then, the mysterious old man actually appeared in front of Gu Fei. You! Gu Fei stared at the mysterious old man in shock. At the same time, the mysterious old man also looked at Gu Fei in shock. Chapter 54:30. Who are you? Who are you? Gu Fei and the mysterious elder spoke at the same time. Where are you from? Void Realm? The mysterious elder was obviously more eager to know Gu Fei's background. You know about the Void Realm? Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that this old man also came from the Void Realm? Anyone who could appear here was definitely not an ordinary person. Gu Fei did not need to ask to know that this old man, who seemed extremely thin and weak, definitely had a great background. How come I don't know about the Void Realm? Are you really a little fellow from the Void Realm? The mysterious elder asked excitedly. Gu Fei nodded. He never would have thought that he would be able to leave the Void Realm in such a manner. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. This daddy will remember this debt. Being forced to step onto the teleportation array by those fellows made Gu Fei very unhappy. If he was unhappy, the consequences would be severe. Then tell me, who else is in the Void Realm? Are the things I left behind still there? The mysterious elder asked anxiously. The things you left behind? Who are you? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. "Ah, I haven't introduced myself. I am Void Sky," the elder said. "What?" When Gu Fei heard this, he was extremely shocked. This emaciated and seemingly extremely weak old man was actually the legendary sacred master Su Tian, who had disappeared for countless years. One had to know that there was only one person called Void Sky in the Void Realm. Sacred Lord Void Sky. "You are sacred, Lord Void Sky." Gu Fei looked at the mysterious elder as if he was looking at a monster. "What sacred lord? I am Void Sky, and Void Sky is me," the elder said impatiently. He wanted to know about the situation in the Void Realm. This little one greets senior. Gu Fei hurriedly bowed to this old man. It was sacred Lord Void Sky. He actually met a legendary super expert in the primal chaos void. Sacred Master Void Sky was actually trapped in the primal chaos void. However, no one knew how he got trapped. All right, quickly tell me about the Void Realm." Sacred Lord Void Sky waved her hand and said. Gu Fei thought for a while and began to speak. After a while, Gu Fei stopped. "How preposterous! Was it my incarnation that forced you onto the platform?" Sacred Lord Void Sky was obviously angry. Back then, he had left an incarnation in the Void Realm and stepped onto the teleportation array in order to return to the Infinite Realm. However, the barrier of the Everlasting Realm was just too strong. Even an existence like Sacred Lord Void Sky was unable to break through the barrier and return to the Everlasting Realm. There was no way forward, and there was no way back. Sacred Lord Void Sky was trapped in the primal chaos void for countless years. He was the only person in the primal chaos void, and he was about to go crazy. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and the Limitless Demon Lord had actually sent some powerful life forms into the primal chaos void, but all of them had died without exception. But now Gu Fei had survived. They've gone too far. Sacred Lord Void Sky seemed to be very angry. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. The previous few times, the people that had been sent over had their bodies and souls destroyed. This was simply forcing people to come and die. But now, this little fellow actually didn't die. He actually survived. This was simply a miracle. It wasn't a coincidence that Sacred Lord Void Sky appeared here. This was because he was the first person to step onto the platform and the first person to reach the barrier of the Everlasting Realm. However, he was unable to return to the limitless realm that he longed for, even though he was separated by a realm wall. "Let's go, follow me," Sacred Lord Void Sky said as he led the way. Very soon, Sacred Lord Void Sky brought Gu Fei to a large mountain. This was a chaotic mountain. It was extremely huge, and the entire mountain was made of chaotic divine metal. With so much chaotic divine metal, who knew how many peerless Tao weapons could be forged? Seeing such a large mountain of chaotic divine metal, even Gu Fei's eyes were slightly red. After reaching the peak of this sacred mountain, Gu Fei actually saw a large hall. Sacred Lord Void Sky had actually built a large hall at the peak of this sacred mountain. After entering the large hall, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. There was actually another world here. After entering the large hall, it was actually a world full of vitality. This surprised Gu Fei. Outside was a large hall, and inside was a world of its own. This Sacred Lord Void Sky really knew how to play. Gu Fei released his spiritual force, and his spiritual force instantly enveloped the entire world of its own. He was shocked to discover that Sacred Lord Void Sky's world of its own was actually very big. Even though it wasn't as big as the Void Realm, it was definitely as big as half of the Void Realm. In the sky of this world of its own, there was actually a dazzling sky palace floating in the air. Gu Fei was speechless. Sacred Lord Void Sky's pretentiousness was truly superb. He looked like an extremely skinny old man. But who would have thought that this fellow would live in such a good place? Wasn't this like a beggar living in a sky palace? However, the only thing that surprised Gu Fei was that, along the way, he actually didn't see any living beings. Let alone humans, he didn't even see any living beings. In this entire world of its own, there seemed to be only one person, and that was Sacred Lord Void Sky. It was truly hard to imagine that Sacred Lord Void Sky had lived here alone for countless years without going crazy. If it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to endure such a seemingly endless and lonely life. There wasn't a single person in this sky palace either. Actually, Sacred Lord Void Sky was lucky to have survived. However, he wasn't as lucky as Gu Fei. Everything he owned had been destroyed, and even his inner world had collapsed. This world of its own was a new world that he had created. Naturally, there was nothing in this newly created world of its own. The Sky Palace in the sky was also something that Sacred Lord Void Sky had created when he was bored. He was bored to the extreme. Sacred Lord Void Sky hunted a few wild beasts and roasted them on a grill. He then roasted the meat on the plaza of this Sky Palace to entertain Gu Fei. Gu Fei could tell that Sacred Lord Void Sky was truly happy. Actually, Sacred Lord Void Sky was truly happy. This was because Gu Fei was the first human that he had seen in countless years. Gu Fei's inner world hadn't been destroyed, and he directly took out some good wine from it. He was drinking wine and eating meat with Sacred Lord Void Sky. Senior, is the realm barrier of the limitless realm really that hard to break? Gu Fei finally couldn't help but ask. Sai, just look at me and you will know. Sacred Lord Void Sky said helplessly. The realm barrier of the limitless realm was truly very hard to break. Furthermore, when Sacred Lord Void Sky arrived at the realm barrier, he was already extremely weak. It was even more impossible for him to break the realm barrier. Sacred Lord Void Sky couldn't turn back, so he was trapped in the primal chaos void. This time he was trapped for countless years. A single realm barrier was actually able to stop someone as amazing as Sacred Lord Void Sky. It looked like he would have to go and take a look. After eating and drinking his fill, Gu Fei asked Sacred Lord Void Sky to bring him to where the realm barrier was. Sacred Lord Void Sky was naturally very willing. If she teamed up with Gu Fei, they might be able to break the realm barrier and enter the limitless realm. Returning to the limitless realm was Sacred Lord Void Sky's obsession. This is the realm barrier of the limitless realm. When Gu Fei saw this wave-like thing in front of him, he was slightly dumbfounded. This wave-like thing blocked the primal chaos aura outside. If the primal chaos aura couldn't enter the limitless realm, then Gu Fei and company naturally couldn't enter either. Bam! Gu Fei threw a punch and smashed it on the boundary wall that looked like a water ripple. This, Gu Fei was taken aback. When he punched the boundary wall, it didn't budge in the slightest. Roar! Gu Fei attacked with all his might, and the powerful power of the limitless realm erupted from his fist. Another muffled sound. This time, a few ripples finally appeared on the realm barrier. What? Gu Fei was in disbelief. His punch, with all his strength, only caused a few ripples on the realm barrier? This realm barrier was too sturdy. Sigh, it still doesn't work. Sacred Lord Void Sky sighed. It seemed that even if the two of them teamed up, they still wouldn't be able to break through the realm barrier. Wouldn't that mean that they would be trapped in the void forever? After all, Gu Fei couldn't return either. The teleportation formation in the void, heavenly clan's ancestral ground required a huge amount of power to operate. Only Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone could operate the teleportation formation, and Gu Fei would be able to find the location of the teleportation formation. However, no one knew when Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone would operate the teleportation formation again. That was why Gu Fei couldn't return. That was also why Sacred Lord Void Sky couldn't return either. Sacred Lord Void Sky had constructed another teleportation formation. As long as the two teleportation formations resonated with each other, they would be able to return to the void realm. Otherwise, they would really be trapped here forever. Let's go back first. Sacred Lord Void Sky said to Gu Fei. All right. Gu Fei nodded. Under sacred Lord Void Sky's guidance, he returned to the sacred mountain. For the next few days, Gu Fei wandered around the realm barrier of the Void Realm. He was thinking about how to break through the realm barrier. The realm barrier of the limitless realm was truly powerful. However, Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. He activated a mysterious technique and used the returning truth secret technique. This secret technique could directly refine all the origin chi in the world into his own origin chi. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed it against the realm barrier. He wanted to forcefully refine a hole in the realm barrier. However, what made Gu Fei depressed was that this realm barrier was simply too monstrous. The power of the 9 secrets of the immortal path couldn't be used on this realm barrier. In this way, Gu Fei was at a loss of what to do. Little fella, let's take our time to think about this. Sacred Lord Void Sky's voice sounded from behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei quickly turned around and saw that Sacred Master Void Sky was already standing behind him without him even realizing it. Take our time to think about this. Could it be that Senior still has a backup plan? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. If that was really the case, then he would have a chance to leave this ghastly place. Gu Fei didn't want to be trapped here either. What backup plan? Sacred Lord Void Sky asked in confusion. No way. Chapter 5431. Gu Fei had actually met Sacred Lord Void Sky outside the barrier of the limitless realm. This shocked him to the extreme. Who would have thought that they would meet the former ruler of the Void Realm outside the barrier of the limitless realm? Sacred Lord Void Sky was a legend. No one would have thought that the former ruler of the Void Realm had become a skinny old man. Gu Fei originally thought that Sacred Lord Void Sky was an otherworldly expert. This was especially so after seeing Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, which further solidified his opinion. Who would have thought that Sacred Lord Void Sky had become an old man? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Gu Fei wouldn't have believed that this old man was Sacred Lord Void Sky. Both Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky were at their wits' end in the inner world that Sacred Lord Void Sky had created. This was because the barrier of the limitless realm was simply too sturdy. Even Gu Fei wasn't able to move the barrier of the limitless realm. If the barrier of the limitless realm was so easy to break, would I still be in this damn place? Sacred Lord Void Sky said helplessly. He had been here for countless years, and he was extremely bored. If it was anyone else, they would have gone crazy already. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky wasn't a normal person. Senior, if you have any backup plans, just tell me. Gu Fei said with a smile. Sacred Lord Void Sky was a true super ancient. He had been around for countless times, longer than Gu Fei. To Sacred Lord Void Sky, Gu Fei was just a little fellow. What backup plans can I have? Sacred Lord Void Sky shrugged his shoulders and still had a helpless expression. He wanted to break the barrier of the limitless realm so badly that he was about to go crazy. However, even he, the Void Realm's Lord, couldn't do anything about the barrier of the limitless realm. Now that Gu Fei was here, there might be hope. Hee, who do you think you are? How could you not have any backup plans? Gu Fei wouldn't believe that Sacred Lord Void Sky really didn't have any backup plans. Sigh, I really didn't. Sacred Lord Void Sky sighed. Gu Fei was speechless. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get anything out of Sacred Lord Void Sky. It was obvious that Sacred Lord Void Sky did not trust Gu Fei that much. After all, they had only just met. Sacred Lord Void Sky was wary of Gu Fei, but Gu Fei didn't completely trust Sacred Lord Void Sky. In reality, Gu Fei was still suspicious of Sacred Lord Void Sky's identity. Did he really think that he was Sacred Lord Void Sky just because he said he was? Gu Fei wasn't stupid enough to trust this old man the moment they met. He temporarily stayed at Sacred Master Void Sky's place. After all, they had a common goal, which was to break through the realm barrier of the limitless realm. For the next few days, Sacred Master Void Sky was nowhere to be seen. No one knew what she was busy with, but Gu Fei did not care about this. He needed to recover his cultivation to its peak state first. Previously, he had been forced to step onto the teleportation array by Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Then he had been teleported at extreme speed, and he had crashed into the boundary wall of the limitless realm. Gu Fei's crash was too ruthless. His body and soul were destroyed in an instant. If it was anyone else, they would have died. Fortunately, Gu Fei had already activated the Heaven Ascension secret technique the moment he stepped onto the teleportation array. If he hadn't activated the Heaven Ascension secret technique beforehand, he would have died. Reality proved that Gu Fei's worries were correct. However, even though he had activated the Heaven Ascension secret technique beforehand, Gu Fei wasn't completely unscathed. He had more or less suffered from the impact. The spirit chi in Sacred Lord Void Sky's Heaven Ascension secret technique was still sufficient, so Gu Fei decided to cultivate in seclusion for a while. While Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion, many things happened in the Void Realm. First, Gu Fei's forces started to be suppressed. Eastern Wilderness, Dongyang City, Long Xiaozhou's base camp. At this time, the Eastern Wilderness demon clans that had originally submitted to Gu Fei rebelled. The demon clans split into 4 groups and attacked Dongyang City. The originally peaceful Eastern Wilderness was once again engulfed in the flames of war. Go and get Supreme Flame. Long Xiaozhou roared angrily in the main hall of Dongyang City's city lord residence. Report, Lord Supreme Flame is missing. Very soon, someone came to report. What? All the experts in the main hall were dumbfounded. What was going on? Lord Supreme Flame had disappeared? One had to know that they could conquer Eastern Wilderness so quickly because Lord Supreme Flame was in Dongyang City. At this time, Gu Fei's direct subordinates all felt that something was wrong. Long Xiaozhou had brought Gu Fei's direct subordinates to Eastern Wilderness, and they had made many contributions. But now, the Wuji Fire Spirit had disappeared. What was going on? No one knew what was going on. Even Long Xiaozhou was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Long Xiaozhou was really panicking. This was not good. Your Highness, why don't we retreat? Red-browed Eagle King said. Retreat? Long Xiaozhou frowned. Eastern Wilderness was a newly conquered place after all, and there were too many uncertain factors. If they left now, they might be able to retreat unscathed. However, once the demon army arrived, it would not be so easy for them to leave Eastern Wilderness. Supreme Flame, where are you? Long Xiaozhou directly crushed a jade talisman. However, the Wuji Fire Spirit did not respond to Long Xiaozhou at all. What exactly happened? Long Xiaozhou was extremely anxious, but on the surface he was still calm. Retreat. Long Xiaozhou decisively ordered a retreat. Soon, the teleportation formation platform of Dongyang City lit up. Gu Fei's direct subordinates immediately withdrew from Eastern Wilderness, and so did the sorcerer tribe. They had no choice but to retreat. When the demon army arrived at Dongyang City, all they saw was an empty city. This made the demon emperors of the demon army all dumbfounded. Long Xiaozhou, this little girl is really something. Old ancestor Fire Qilin couldn't help but look at Long Xiaozhou in a new light. Just as Long Xiaozhou led his people away from the Eastern Wilderness, outside the central Heaven City, the Devil Clan's army attacked again. This time, the Devil Clan's army was even more ferocious than before. The army of demons surrounded the entire Heaven capital again. Old demon, what is the meaning of this? Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation immediately found the limitless demon lord. Don't you know what I mean? The limitless demon lord sneered. We all promised Gu Fei that we would not attack his people. You dare to go back on your promise? Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation said angrily. Which eye of yours saw me attack Gu Fei's people? The limitless demon lord said disapprovingly. You, sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation, was really angered. Without the limitless demon lord's permission, would the 4 demon sovereigns dare to attack Heaven Capital and the Eastern Wilderness demon race? Wasn't it all because of the limitless demon lord that they dared to attack Long Xiaozhou? Isn't that so? I didn't even see the shadows of Gu Fei's people, the limitless demon lord said shamelessly. Chapter 5432. The limitless demon lord was really shameless. He had promised Gu Fei that he wouldn't attack his subordinates, but he didn't guarantee that his subordinates wouldn't attack Gu Fei's subordinates. Therefore, when Sacred Lord Su Tian's clone came, the limitless demon lord acted shamelessly. He wasn't wrong, and he didn't break his promise. He really didn't attack Gu Fei's subordinates. It was just his subordinates that attacked. Although Sacred Lord Su Tian's clone was furious, he really couldn't do anything to the limitless demon lord because the limitless demon lord didn't break his promise. However, this was also the reason why the limitless demon lord was shameless. Don't go overboard. Sacred Lord Su Tian's clone left a sentence and turned to leave. Che, as long as I don't do it myself, what can you do to me? The limitless demon lord laughed coldly. Sacred Lord Su Tian's clone was very strong, but if he wanted to attack the limitless demon lord, he needed to find a proper reason. Otherwise, how could he convince others? Sacred Lord Su Tian's clone thought of himself as the supreme ruler. Of course, his original body was indeed the supreme ruler of the Void Realm. Long Xiaozhou couldn't understand why the everlasting fire spirit had disappeared. One had to know that Supreme Flame was an unparalleled existence at the infinite prime realm. How could such a powerful existence suddenly disappear? Where did the everlasting fire spirit go? After Sacred Lord Su Tian's clone left, a figure walked out from behind the limitless demon lord. This person was the everlasting fire spirit. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're very smart. The limitless demon lord laughed. It's my honor to be able to work for Senior. The everlasting fire spirit also laughed. No one would have thought that the everlasting fire spirit would submit to the limitless demon lord. However, the limitless demon lord also knew that the everlasting fire spirit submitted to him for a reason. After all, Gu Fei was dead, and the everlasting fire spirit was the weakest among the infinite primes. Even if he didn't submit to the limitless demon lord, he would still rely on other infinite primes to protect himself. However, what the limitless demon lord didn't know was that since the limitless fire spirit was still alive, it meant that Gu Fei was also alive. The limitless fire spirit didn't tell him this secret. The news of Gu Fei dying was also sealed by Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation, and no one was allowed to spread it. However, the news of Gu Fei's disappearance could not be hidden. Gu Fei's forces began to withdraw to the south. The army of demons and the army of Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan wanted to attack the south directly and uproot Gu Fei's forces. However, just as they were about to march into the south, the snow demons appeared. Therefore, the demons and the Eastern Wilderness Demon race had no choice but to retreat. This crazy woman, the limitless demon lord, was really depressed. Who would have thought that the snow demon would make a move? With the snow demon guarding the southern barbarians, who would dare to have any ideas about the southern barbarians? Thus, the southern wilderness became the world of the snow demons. Of course, the snow demon only showed her face in the southern barbarians. She did not stay in the southern barbarians, but returned to her culmination, Snow Mountain. The limitless demon lord naturally didn't want to fight to the death with the snow demon, so he could only give up looking for trouble with Gu Fei's subordinates. At this time, near the boundary wall of the limitless realm, Gu Fei was still in seclusion in the inner world of Sacred Lord Void Sky. He didn't know that his disciple had experienced a life and death crisis. If it weren't for the snow demon, his disciples in the void realm would have been wiped out by the snow demon. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei finally woke up from his meditation. I say, you're too ruthless. The moment Gu Fei opened his eyes, he saw an old face. Damn, Gu Fei jumped in fright. This sacred Lord Void Sky was truly elusive. His old face was about to stick to Gu Fei's face. What shocked Gu Fei was that this guy was already so close to him, but he didn't notice his existence at all. It seemed that this sacred Lord Void Sky wasn't as simple as he looked on the surface. You little brat, look at what you've done to my place. The disheveled old man shouted at Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei quickly looked around and saw that the flowers and trees had all withered. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in the entire world was extremely thin. I'm sorry, Gu Fei said awkwardly. All the vitality in sacred Lord Void Sky's inner world was almost sucked dry by him. The entire world lacked vitality. Needless to say, the flowers and trees in other parts of the inner world had also withered. You want to forget it just because you're sorry? The disheveled old man was unhappy. Sigh, why don't I help you restore the vitality in your inner world? Gu Fei scratched his head and said, Sure. The old man nodded. Gu Fei could only move the divine spring of life from his inner world into the old man's inner world. You actually have such a good thing? Seeing that Gu Fei had actually taken out a divine spring of life from his inner world, he was slightly moved. This was not something that could be obtained easily. In fact, because the limitless realm had already developed to the extreme. Things like the divine spring of life had disappeared a long time ago. Sacred Lord Void Sky naturally hadn't seen the divine spring of life before. However, the limitless realm also had legends about the divine spring of life. All right, it won't take long for the vitality in your inner world to recover, Gu Fei said. That's more like it. The old man nodded his head in satisfaction. At this moment, Gu Fei's cultivation had also recovered to its peak. Senior, why don't we go to the world wall and try again? Gu Fei suddenly said, You still haven't given up? Sacred Lord Void Sky looked at Gu Fei in surprise. Let's team up and try. We might be able to break through the world wall. Gu Fei was very confident. What? Sacred Lord Void Sky was very tempted when she saw how confident Gu Fei was. Gu Fei was right. They hadn't teamed up to try breaking through the world yet, so they might be able to succeed. However, the chances of success were still very small. However, it was worth a try. All right, then, let's team up and try. Sacred Lord Void Sky patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said, Let's go. Gu Fei took the lead and charged out of Sacred Lord Void Sky's inner world. Sacred Lord Void Sky thought for a moment and chased after him. Soon, they arrived at the boundary wall again. The so-called boundary wall was just a layer of energy wall. However, it was not an easy task to break through this wall. This was especially true for a perfect world like the limitless realm. Even Sacred Lord Void Sky wasn't able to break through the world wall of the limitless realm. What should we do? Sacred Lord Void Sky asked. Just do it. Gu Fei reached out with both hands and pressed them against the world wall. He circulated the returning truth secret art with all his might. He wanted to break through the world wall. Sacred Lord Void Sky's eyes lit up when she saw this. The world wall obviously couldn't be broken, but the surrounding aura of primordial chaos was directly turned into heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Roar! Gu Fei roared as he slowly increased his returning truth power. Powerful yuan qi ripples spread from his body, and the surrounding aura of primordial chaos was all turned into heaven and earth's spiritual energy and absorbed by him. This is possible. Sacred Lord Void Sky's eyes widened when she saw this. Even the yuan qi on her body felt like it was being dissolved. The power of this little fellow's secret art was too heaven-defying. What a mysterious little fellow. Sacred Lord Void Sky couldn't help but be moved by the secret art that Gu Fei displayed. "Why aren't you helping me out?" Gu Fei roared at Sacred Lord Void Sky. "All right, let's give it a try." Sacred Lord Void Sky gritted her teeth and appeared behind Gu Fei in a flash. He didn't hesitate and pressed his hands on Gu Fei's back. In the next instant, the vast, boundless Yuan Qi in his body surged into Gu Fei's body. Buzz! The void trembled. The returning truth power spread out in all directions with Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky at the center. Countless auras of primordial chaos dissipated in the void. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared on the barrier in front of Gu Fei, rippling like waves on the surface of water. Sacred Lord Void Sky was both surprised and happy when she saw this. They had finally shaken the world wall. Gu Fei's hands had already sunk into the world wall. "It's still not enough." Gu Fei roared. Sacred Lord Void Sky's Yuan Qi was so vast that it almost caused his martial physique to explode. However, it was still not enough. It wasn't enough to break through the world wall. "All right, if you can't take it, just say it." Sacred Lord Void Sky saw hope and was extremely excited. He started to pour all his Yuan Qi into Gu Fei's body. Ancient and profound Tao patterns appeared on his body. At this time, Sacred Lord Void Sky's appearance was also changing. His skinny body actually became stronger. His hair also turned white. His hair was growing, and his appearance was changing. In just a few seconds, the old man had turned into a strong middle-aged man. Peak of boundless power. Gu Fei finally sensed Sacred Lord Void Sky's true cultivation. This guy hit it really well. He was actually a peak of boundless power. Peak of boundless power. This was an existence that could crush Gu Fei. Not to mention Gu Fei. Even if all the boundless power experts in the void world attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for this guy. An unimaginably domineering aura exploded from Sacred Lord Void Sky's body. "Ah!" Gu Fei roared incessantly. His martial body swelled up like a rubber ball as blood streaks appeared on his body one after another. The power that the boundless demon lord poured into his body was too strong. Even his martial body almost couldn't take it. "Open it for me." Gu Fei circulated the returning truth secret art. When this secret art was circulated to the extreme, his hands actually lit up. Then the realm wall in front of him actually became transparent. Inside the realm wall, there was actually a lush world filled with vitality. "Haha! I can finally return to the boundless realm." Sacred Lord Void Sky laughed crazily. He didn't care about the consequences as he poured all his Yuan Qi into Gu Fei's body. "Stop, you lunatic." At this time, Gu Fei kept coughing out blood. Sacred Lord Void Sky's power was too strong. His martial body was about to explode. "No, I can't stop. Little fellow, I'm sorry." Sacred Lord Void Sky saw the hope of returning to the boundless realm. How could he stop? He gritted his teeth and directly used a forbidden secret art. The moment this secret art's power exploded, the power of Gu Fei's returning truth secret art increased by more than 10 times. F*K. Before Gu Fei could curse, his whole body exploded with a boom, and the power of the returning to truth secret technique increased by several times. Then, the power of the returning truth secret art actually formed a fist-sized hole on the realm wall. Swoosh! Chapter 54:33. Gu Fei was really pitiful. He had only recovered for less than a day before his body exploded again. He had severely underestimated Sacred Lord Su Tian's determination to return to the limitless realm. Sacred Lord Su Tian would do anything to return to the limitless realm. As long as he could break the boundary wall, he wouldn't even care about Gu Fei's life. Furthermore, he and Gu Fei hadn't known each other for long. Sacrificing Gu Fei to open the boundary wall wasn't a big deal to him. He didn't even frown. The destructive power spread out, and a fist-sized hole appeared in the boundary wall of the limitless realm. Sacred Lord Su Tian didn't even hesitate as he charged into the hole. However, the power from the explosion of Gu Fei's martial body was too strong. Sacred Lord Su Tian's physical body also shattered in the void. However, Sacred Lord Su Tian's primordial spirit didn't dissipate. It charged into the limitless realm. Sacred Lord Su Tian's primordial spirit was still wearing a set of battle armor. It was this battle armor that blocked the terrifying destructive power and protected his primordial spirit. Ha ha! Sacred Lord Su Tian's primordial spirit laughed crazily. Gu Fei's spiritual force sensed the scene of Sacred Lord Su Tian's primordial spirit laughing crazily. A moment later, his spiritual force fell into endless darkness. Little fella, I'm sorry. Sacred Lord Su Tian didn't feel guilty at all after entering the limitless realm. At this moment, the hole in the boundary wall disappeared. Sacred Lord Su Tian, who was in the limitless realm, was overjoyed. Sacred Lord Su Tian, who was in the limitless realm, saw a boundless great world in front of him. One couldn't see the boundary wall in the limitless realm. Swish! Sacred Lord Su Tian's primordial spirit disappeared in the void. He needed to find a place to enter seclusion and reconstruct his Tao body as soon as possible. After losing his Tao body and primordial spirit, even someone as strong as Sacred Lord Su Tian had to hide. At this moment, outside the boundary wall of the limitless realm, the destructive power spread out for countless miles. Boundless chaotic aura was dispersed. Even Sacred Master Void Sky's inner world, which was hidden in the void, was affected and almost collapsed. Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't even want his inner world anymore. That was because Sacred Lord Su Tian didn't have enough time to take away his inner world. The hole that had appeared in the world wall was going to disappear in the blink of an eye. If he didn't make use of this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance to return to the limitless realm. Sacred Lord Void Sky had finally succeeded after countless years. In Sacred Lord Void Sky's eyes, this little fellow called Gu Fei was dead for sure. After all, no one could survive such a powerful, destructive power. Sacred Lord Void Sky's forbidden sacred art was simply too heaven-defying. This secret technique increased the power of both Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky by more than 10 times. This power was unbelievably strong. Even the boundary wall of the limitless realm had a fist-sized hole blasted out. Of course, the boundary wall of the limitless realm was simply too strong. This hole had only appeared for a short period of time. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky had accurately grasped this rare opportunity. Sacred Lord Void Sky had indeed returned to the limitless realm, but his methods were extremely despicable. At the very last moment, Gu Fei also knew that he had been used by Sacred Lord Void Sky. In fact, it could even be said that he had been plotted against by Sacred Lord Void Sky. A dignified former master of the Void World had actually done such a thing. This caused Gu Fei to be extremely furious. However, things were no longer under his control. Thus, his martial body exploded again and again. This time, even Sacred Lord Void Sky thought that Gu Fei wouldn't be able to survive. However, even Sacred Lord Void Sky had severely underestimated the heaven-defying power of the Heaven Ascension secret technique. Gu Fei still hadn't truly died. However, this time his injuries weren't light. There wasn't even a mist of blood left behind. He had been completely annihilated. Since he had been annihilated so thoroughly, it would take a long time for him to recover. For a long period of time, the place where Gu Fei had exploded was engulfed by a terrifying turbulence of energy. Even the boundary wall of the limitless realm had ripples visible to the naked eye from time to time. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei seemed to have fallen asleep. However, he had slept for a very long time. When his consciousness awoke from the endless darkness, he could only sense the chaotic void around him. The void here was simply too chaotic. "Void Sky, you bastard!" Gu Fei immediately cursed. At this moment, he had only regained consciousness and barely condensed his divine soul. He hadn't reconstructed his martial body yet. This time his injuries were too severe. He had never expected that sacred Lord Void Sky would attack him from behind. If he hadn't been careful, he would have been completely annihilated. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei's divine soul gradually grew stronger. Bits of divine soul fragments appeared in the surrounding void, emitting divine light. These divine soul fragments were constantly gathering towards his divine soul from all directions. Buzz! When the last bit of divine soul light merged with Gu Fei's divine soul, there was a loud sound in the void. A powerful divine soul power erupted from his divine soul. Return of the true self. Gu Fei's divine soul sat cross-legged in the void. The chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth all gathered towards his divine soul. Reconstruct my martial body. Endless divine light enveloped Gu Fei's divine soul. He wanted to reconstruct his martial body. The amount of primordial qi needed to reconstruct his martial body was too great. After all, he was reconstructing an infinite realm martial body. This was definitely a long process. Previously, when he had destroyed his martial body had only turned into a bloody mist. Thus, reconstructing his martial body was relatively easy. However, the situation now was different. This time his martial body had been completely obliterated. Not even a bloody mist was left behind. When Gu Fei successfully reconstructed his martial body, he didn't know how much time had passed. After reconstructing his martial body, he immediately returned to the inner world that sacred leader Su Tian had left behind. There was nothing much to say. He immediately took back the divine spring of life in his inner world and refined this inner world. He wasn't satisfied yet. Hence, he wanted to refine this chaotic divine metal mountain. However, it was not an easy task to refine this chaotic divine metal mountain. I'll just refine this mountain into a primal chaos seal. Gu Fei did as he thought. He immediately sat cross-legged in front of this chaotic divine metal mountain and struck it with Tao patterns one after another. Very soon, countless Tao patterns intertwined in the void around the chaotic divine metal mountain. The image of a huge furnace appeared in the chaos. Gu Fei activated the chaotic divine fire and started to refine the chaotic divine metal mountain. It wasn't easy to refine an infinite realm Tao artifact. However, Gu Fei also had a deep understanding of blacksmithing. He had nothing to do anyway. Although he hated sacred leader Su Tian to the core, that fellow had already entered the infinite realm. If he wanted to take revenge, he would first have to break the boundary wall and enter the infinite realm. However, it was impossible for him to break through the barrier of the infinite realm by himself. Even sacred Lord Void Sky couldn't break through the barrier. Gu Fei knew that his cultivation couldn't be compared to sacred leader Su Tian's. At this moment, Gu Fei was trapped in this place. He wanted to kill his way back to the void realm, but it was impossible. After all, even he didn't know how far away he was from the void realm. Ordinary teleportation arrays wouldn't be able to send him back to the void realm. In fact, if he could return to the void realm, sacred leader Su Tian wouldn't have been trapped in this place for so long. Since he couldn't return, he would just slowly waste his time. Anyway, Gu Fei had an inner world, so he wouldn't be bored. Time was passing, but there was no such thing as time in the chaos. Therefore, Gu Fei didn't know how long he had been in the chaos. The chaotic divine metal mountain continued to shrink under Gu Fei's refinement, and the impurities on the sacred mountain were constantly refined by him. In the void realm, Gu Fei's disciples and subordinates didn't have a good time. This was because they couldn't leave Nanman at all. What made Xiaoya and the others depressed was that East King had returned. East King gathered his old subordinates in the east region of Nanman and fought with Xiaoya and the others endlessly. With the help of Lin Xiaotian and Emperor, East King actually managed to gather a team and occupied more than a dozen cities, forming a standoff with Xiaoya and the others. East King was originally one of the 19 feudal lords of Nanman. No one would say anything if he killed his way back to Nanman. This made Xiao Yu really unhappy. In particular, Huang Fuzun, the Array Emperor, was even more unhappy. This was because East King had escaped from his hands that day. But now, even if Huang Fuzun wanted to kill East King, it would not be easy. Everyone knew that with just Lin Xiaotian and East King, how could it be easy to gather a team? Obviously, someone was supporting East King. Who was behind the scenes? Xiaoya, and the others really couldn't figure out who it was because Gu Fei had really offended a lot of people. When Gu Fei was conquering the world, he almost offended all the forces in the 5 regions of the Void Realm. This was also the reason why Xiaoya and the others couldn't leave Nanman, because once they left Nanman, they couldn't move an inch. Where did Master go? In the Nanman royal capital, Xiaoya stood on the city wall and looked at the east region. Even now, she still didn't know why Master suddenly disappeared. If Master was here, who would dare to offend him? They might have completely conquered the Void Realm by now. All the bad things kept happening because of Gu Fei's disappearance. The Buddha clan, which had originally surrendered to Gu Fei, also left Nanman. There was also the Sorcerer clan. Because of the Sorcerer Emperor, the Sorcerer clan did not attack Xiaoya and the others. However, the people of the Sorcerer clan would not help Xiaoya. As a result, Nanman was really in trouble both internally and externally. If they wanted to solve the current chaos, perhaps only the return of Gu Fei could do it. However, at this time, Gu Fei was trapped outside the world wall of the Limitless Realm. He couldn't even protect himself. So how could he help Xiaoya and the others? At this time in the Void Realm, no one dared to stand with Xiaoya and the others. Chapter 5434. Aggrieved. In the Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace's conference hall, Xiaoya was depressed. They simply fell directly from the sky to the ground. They actually fell to the point where everyone wanted to beat them up. When Gu Fei was still around, how glorious they were. Moreover, what made Xiaoya even more depressed was that King Dong, who was driven away by them, suddenly returned to Southern Barbarian and raised a flag in the eastern region of Southern Barbarian. He gathered a team, conquered more than a dozen cities, and became the local tyrant. The other feudal lords of Southern Barbarian did not make a move and were all watching. Even the Witch tribe was the same. The Witch Emperor did not come out to say anything, but the 9-tailed demon fox emperor of the Witch Emperor appeared in Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace. This guy was a half-step Supreme Emperor, stronger than the Witch Emperor. Her appearance in Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace made Xiaoya and the others very nervous. However, this 9-tailed demon fox emperor did not do anything. She just stayed in Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace. Xiaoya's direct subordinates had been sent out. Huang Fuzun dealt with King Dong in the eastern region, and the 4 great generals guarded Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace. The 120,000 Hong Tian Divine Army left by Gu Fei were responsible for the safety of Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace. The 4 great generals were at the Supreme Emperor Realm, which was the existence of the Eternal Realm. In fact, the 9-tailed demon fox emperor could not cause much trouble in Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace. However, the 9-tailed demon fox emperor represented the Witch Emperor, and the Witch Emperor was the ruler of the Witch tribe. The Witch tribe was the strongest force in Southern Barbarian and had the most clansmen. At this time, Xiaoya was absolutely unwilling to have any unpleasant things with the Witch tribe, because the current Southern Barbarian was chaotic enough. There were even mysterious experts sneaking into Southern Barbarian Imperial Palace to assassinate Xiaoya. Xiaoya was Gu Fei's eldest disciple. Additionally, she was also the disciple with the weakest cultivation base. There were quite a few people capable of killing Xiaoya. However, with the protection of the 4 great generals, assassinating Xiaoya was not an easy task. Although Southern Barbarian was full of undercurrents, with the 4 great generals guarding it, as long as it was not the supreme existence of the infinite realm, who could do anything to Xiaoya and the others. Of course, the demons were still eyeing them covetously. The strength of the demons couldn't be underestimated, but the demons didn't dare to invade the southern wilderness on a large scale, because once Xiaoya and the others fought with the demons would suffer heavy losses. The eastern barren demon race didn't dare to push Xiaoya and the others too far. As for the West Sea, it was the territory of the West Sea Dragon clan. The West Sea Dragon clan had a very good relationship with Gu Fei. Naturally, the West Sea Dragon clan would not make things difficult for Little Ye and the others. As for the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins, it was hard to say. In short, the southern barbarians had become the public enemy of the entire Void Realm. Xiao Ye and the others had not reached a desperate situation yet, but that was because the limitless demon lord could not personally take action. Even a supreme existence, like the extreme demon lord, could not do as he pleased in the Void Realm. The limitless fire spirit was also targeted by Sacred Master Su Tian's clone. He would not allow an infinite prime to act. At this time, in the chaotic void that was infinitely far away from the Void Realm, Gu Fei was bored out of his mind. He was the only one left here. That despicable and shameless Sacred Master Su Tian actually dared to plot against him. How could he swallow this insult? Rumble! The endless, limitless divine fire burned in the chaotic void. This kind of divine fire could not be extinguished at all. It could refine everything in the world. Although the primal divine metal mountain in front of him was huge, it could not withstand the tempering of the primal divine fire. The entire primal divine metal mountain was constantly shrinking, and the impurities were constantly being refined. This primal divine metal mountain had been nurtured in the chaos for an unknown period of time. This thing was the best blacksmithing material that Gu Fei could find at the moment. After an unknown period of time, under the envelopment of the endless, limitless divine fire, the primal divine metal mountain began to change and gradually turned into a giant seal. Countless Tao patterns intertwined on the giant seal and were imprinted on it. A terrifying force condensed on the giant seal. This primal divine seal was constantly forming. There was no concept of time or space in the chaotic void. This was because this was not heaven and earth. There were no laws of heaven and earth here. Of course, since Gu Fei could walk in the chaos, his cultivation was extremely strong. He could completely ignore the chaotic turbulence. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden rumble in the chaotic void. Endless primal chaos energy frantically gathered towards the giant seal. The primal chaos energy within hundreds of thousands of miles was completely devoured by this giant seal. This was an unimaginably strong force. Gu Fei used all his strength to produce 9 Tao seals. Each Tao seal represented a type of great Tao power. All 9 Tao seals entered the giant seal. Primal chaos seal form. Gu Fei roared. The mountain-like primal chaos seal rapidly shrank. Then it flew towards him and landed in his hand. Not bad. Gu Fei nodded in satisfaction. The primal chaos seal was surrounded by primal chaos energy. It gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. This was an unbounded Tao artifact. This was also the first time Gu Fei had refined an unbounded Tao artifact. The strength of this unbounded Tao artifact went without saying. It was a supreme Tao artifact that could injure unbounded primes. When I enter the unbounded realm, I will use this giant seal to smash that old man to pieces. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. His gaze became extremely sharp. After refining the primal chaos seal, Gu Fei began to explore the surrounding chaotic void. The chaotic void, simply put, was a void in a state of chaos. There seemed to be nothing here apart from primal chaos energy. However, this wasn't absolute. This was because some things could still be nurtured in the chaos. This primal divine metal mountain was an example. However, exploring the primal chaos void was a very dangerous and boring thing to do. Even so, he had to do it. Gu Fei continued to expand his search area. This is when Gu Fei went out to explore for the 1,309th time. He actually discovered a ruin in the chaos. a ruin that floated quietly in the chaos. This ruin was simply too big. Even Gu Fei's spiritual force could not envelop the entire ruin. Moreover, this ruin seemed to be a world that had been destroyed. The destruction of a great world did not necessarily mean that it would explode into nothingness. It was also possible that the entire great world would shrink and be compressed into a wasteland without any life. This wasteland in front of him should have been formed after the destruction of a great world. When Gu Fei set foot on this wasteland, he sensed a strange aura. However, this aura was not the aura of life. This was the first time Gu Fei had sensed such an aura. Could this be an aura unique to the destruction of a great world? Gu Fei carefully walked on this wasteland. Everything he saw was a wasteland. However, he soon discovered a light in front of him. How is this possible? Chapter 54:35. After Gu Fei successfully refined the primal chaos seal outside the boundary of the unbounded realm, he began exploring the primal chaos void. When he explored for the 13,009th time, he was pleasantly surprised. He found a wasteland in a primal chaos that he had never explored before. There seemed to be nothing in this mysterious wasteland. It was a forbidden zone for life. A wasteland formed from the destruction of the world would not produce any life in the first place, because all life could not survive in the primal chaos. Of course, that was except for especially powerful life forms like Gu Fei. As Gu Fei walked on the wasteland, he sensed a strange aura that permeated the wasteland. Suddenly, he discovered a ball of light in the distance. How is this possible? Gu Fei stomped on the ground with his right foot, and in the next moment he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the ball of light. This ball of light was actually emitted from the body of a skeleton. A human skeleton was sitting cross-legged on a large rock, and in the skeleton's hand was a jade token. Gu Fei discovered that the light he saw was emitted from the jade token in the skeleton's hand. Good heavens! Gu Fei could not help but be moved because he could sense that the jade token in the skeleton's hand was actually emitting a powerful wave of primal qi. This skeleton had been dead for an unknown period of time, but its bones were still as sparkling and translucent as peerless divine jade. It's at least an impressive person at the extreme Tao realm. Gu Fei sighed. A powerful existence at the extreme Tao realm had actually died here. It seemed like the calamity back then was extremely terrifying. Even an existence at the extreme Tao realm could not survive. In fact, an existence at the extreme Tao realm was already powerful enough. Even if the world was destroyed, they could still survive. However, this also depended on the world. If a world like the unbounded realm was destroyed, even an existence at the infinite prime realm would die, let alone an extreme Tao powerhouse. Perhaps this wasteland used to be an extremely powerful world, so much so that even an extreme Tao powerhouse could not survive the destruction of this world. What is this? Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and the jade token in the skeleton's hand flew directly into his hand. The moment he grabbed the jade token, a powerful divine sense immediately rushed into his hand from the jade token. Then it quickly moved up his arm and rushed towards his head. To think that I would still be alive after so many years. The divine laughed heartily. This fellow was simply ecstatic. Who are you? Gu Fei was shocked. You don't have the right to know who I am. Just obediently let me refine you. The divine said arrogantly. Gu Fei never imagined that such a thing would happen. This jade tablet actually had an indestructible divine sense attached to it. It was obvious that this fellow wanted to seize his body, refine his soul, and occupy his martial body. I don't have the right. Gu Fei smiled bitterly. In the next moment, an extremely vast spiritual strength burst out from between his eyebrows, and the divine will that rushed into his body was directly forced out. What? A faint, illusory figure trembled in the void. The divine will could no longer be fierce and directly became timid. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm willing to be master's slave and be at master's command. In order to survive, this divine will directly begged Gu Fei. The arrogant fellow who wanted to refine Gu Fei's spiritual soul and martial body was willing to do anything in order to live. All he wanted was to survive. In front of Gu Fei's spiritual strength, this fellow's divine will was simply so weak that it was almost negligible. This fellow actually dared to seize his body. This was simply asking for death. You're just a divine will. What value do you have? Gu Fei said disdainfully. There's value, there's value. I know a place where there might be people there. The divine will hurriedly said. What? Gu Fei's eyes instantly lit up. There was still someone alive in this wasteland. Seeing that Gu Fei was moved, this fellow hurriedly said, That is a place of refuge. Before the world was destroyed, many people entered that place. Very well, bring me there. If you dare to lie to me, I will make it hard for you to die. Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand towards the strand of divine sense and caught it in his hand. The divine will was immediately speechless. Very quickly, Gu Fei read all the memories of this divine will. It turned out that countless years ago, this wasteland was indeed a super large world. This super large world was called the Flame World. This Flame World was even stronger than the Void World, second only to the Unbounded World. However, when this super large world was discovered to its extreme, it was suddenly destroyed and became the wasteland that it was today. This was how the wasteland came to be, but how this flame world was destroyed, even this divine will did not know. Something that even an extreme Tao expert did not know. It seemed that this was the greatest secret of the flame world. The destruction of the flame world. Billions of lives suffered. However, the destruction of the flame world was a process. It was not immediately destroyed. Therefore, many experts of the flame world hid in places of refuge. However, whether these places of refuge could allow them to survive was another matter. One had to know that when a super large world like the flame world was destroyed, the destructive power that was released was absolutely terrifying to an unimaginable level. Most likely, there were few places of refuge that could withstand the destructive power. This person who only had a divine will left was called Yen Lai. He was an extreme Tao expert of the flame world. With his cultivation, he could be considered an expert in the flame world, but he could not survive. He could only leave behind a divine will and wait to be reborn. Unfortunately, after waiting for countless years, the person who came was Gu Fei. Yen Lai wanted to possess Gu Fei at this time. He was tired of living. How much longer until we arrive? Gu Fei walked on the wasteland for several hours with Yen Lai's divine will, but still did not reach the place Yen Lai spoke of. Also, the entire wasteland was not the same as before, and so much time had passed. It would not be easy to find those places of refuge. The primordial stone inscription is here. Yen Lai suddenly exclaimed, Primordial stone inscription. Gu Fei stilled when he heard this. There was something born from the primordial stone inscription here. He looked around and saw half of a stone tablet on a short mountain in the distance. This was the so-called primordial stone inscription. Before the destruction of the flame world, this primordial stone inscription was a very famous place. But now this place was in ruins. Yen Lai sighed. Only half of the primordial stone inscription was left. It seemed that there was nothing in the flame world wasteland that was complete. The primordial stone inscription was just a few large words carved on a piece of primordial stone. Those were words left behind by a peerless expert and were incomparably precious, because these words contained the Tao, left behind by that peerless expert. If one could comprehend the Tao of the primordial stone inscription, one's cultivation would advance greatly. Therefore, this primordial stone inscription was a place of pilgrimage for countless cultivators at that time. Where is the place of refuge? Gu Fei was a little impatient. The jade tablet is the key to open the small world. Yen Lai hurriedly said. Back then, he died outside because he could not enter the small world in time. Back then, only great figures were qualified to enter the small world to take refuge. The so-called place of refuge was actually a small world opened up by those great figures. Gu Fei looked at the jade tablet in his hand. This jade tablet was not something that an extreme Tao expert could refine. This jade tablet came from the hands of an expert who surpassed the extreme Tao realm. For Yen Lai to have such a jade tablet, it was inseparable from his identity. Yen Lai was a member of a large clan in the flame world. This small world was actually opened up by an expert of Yen Lai's family. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly activated the jade tablet in his hand. Buzz! The void trembled and a powerful wave of energy erupted from the jade tablet. Then the entire ground began to shake. A stone door emerged from the ground. It's still here, the small world is still here. Yen Lai was extremely excited. As long as he returned to the small world, he would have a chance to turn the tables. Because an old ancestor of the Yen clan had also retreated into the small world to take refuge. If there were no accidents, this old ancestor should still be alive because the stone door was basically intact. The stone door was the entrance to the small world. If the people inside wanted to come out, they also needed to open the stone door. However, it was clear that this stone door had not been opened for a long time. The stone door was covered with cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. Return to origin. With a wave of his right hand, Gu Fei directly threw out the strand of consciousness in his hand. Then a figure appeared in the void, and the surrounding primal chaos energy all gathered towards that figure. Soon that figure became solid. Of course, this wasn't a body of flesh and blood. In just an instant, Gu Fei had actually reconstructed a body for Yen Lai. Although it wasn't a body of flesh and blood, it was still many times better than the state of a mere consciousness. It had to be said that this Yen Lai's appearance was quite good. Slender figure, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, this guy was a handsome man. What's the use of being handsome? Gu Fei was very disdainful. Master, many thanks for Master's grace of rebirth. Yen Lai was incomparably excited. Boom! At this time, the stone door that emerged from the ground suddenly exploded, turning into a ball of divine light. Lead the way. What are you waiting for? Gu Fei said to Yen Lai. Yes, yes, yes. This little one will immediately lead the way for Master. Yen Lai hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 54:36. When Gu Fei was exploring the chaotic void, he actually found an incomparably huge wasteland. There were actually survivors in this wasteland. This was definitely a pleasant surprise for Gu Fei. He learned about the origin of this wasteland from a guy named Yen Lai's divine sense. This place used to be a super big world. However, for some unknown reason, when this super large world reached its limit, it actually embarked on a terrifying path of destruction. This super large world, called the Flame World, was originally incomparably glorious and powerful. But in the end, it still couldn't escape the fate of destruction. Even this extreme Tao realm Yen Lai didn't know why the Flame World suddenly headed towards destruction. At this time, the stone door that emerged from the ground suddenly exploded. Then, a ball of divine light appeared in the void, and a powerful wave of heaven and earth power surged out of this ball of divine light. Yen Lai directly rushed forward and carefully walked into this ball of divine light. Seeing Yen Lai disappear inside, Gu Fei didn't immediately follow. However, he waited for a while and still didn't see Yen Lai come out. This fellow dares to escape? Gu Fei raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, he took a step forward and directly walked into the ball of divine light in front of him. He only felt as if he had passed through a layer of ice-cold water membrane. In the next moment, his eyes brightened, and he saw a side of the world appear in front of him. However, that Yen Lai had already disappeared without a trace. Haha, good, very good. Gu Fei laughed. A puny extreme Tao realm little fellow actually dared to escape in front of him. Moreover, this little fellow's body was reconstructed by him. Swoosh! At this time, A divine arrow shot from the sky and directly fell towards Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei didn't even dodge and directly let the divine arrow hit his head. Then, the divine arrow directly rebounded, unable to harm him at all. At this time, he found himself standing on an array platform. There was nothing around the array platform, not even a tree. The array platform was surrounded by withered yellow weeds. Lacking vitality. Gu Fei frowned. This small world wasn't very big, and it lacked vitality. It was obvious that this inner world had been isolated from the outside world for too long. A pocket world also required energy to maintain. If a pocket world was isolated from the outside world, then it would need to consume the yuan qi of the experts in the pocket world to support this pocket world. At this time, countless divine arrows fell from the sky, directly falling towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was too lazy to make a move. Countless divine arrows fell from the sky and hit Gu Fei's body, but they all bounced off. Not a single divine arrow could hurt Gu Fei. At this time, a large group of people rushed out from a distant city and charged towards Gu Fei. What's going on? When Gu Fei saw the formation of these people, he was immediately stunned. Do they need to run? Carrying a machete, holding a spear, and carrying a bow and arrow, was this a normal fight? In particular, the aura of this group of people could only be described as weak. A group of people who aren't even immortals? A group of people who aren't even immortals. What's going on? Are they messing with me? Gu Fei didn't expect to encounter such a group of people. The leader of this group was riding a horse that was as thin as a match. When the horse galloped, Gu Fei was worried that it would fall to the ground at any time. The person riding the horse was a valiant and formidable-looking woman. Why was this woman said to be valiant and formidable-looking? It was because she was an extremely beautiful woman. Moreover, she was young and wore animal skin. She looked fair and clean, but she still pretended to be very fierce. Was this the legendary act of showing off? Charge! Kill! This group of people were like mountain bandits, directly charging in front of Gu Fei. Young miss, why did you stop? A man carrying an axe shouted at the woman on the horse. If you don't stop, then you do it, young miss said. Pretend that I didn't say anything. That man immediately backed down. He didn't want to back down, but in front of young miss he had no choice. The legendary path to the outside world has opened. The young miss acted as if she couldn't see Gu Fei. She only stared the ball of divine light behind Gu Fei. Legendary? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he heard that. Who are you? Are you from the outside world? Young miss looked at Gu Fei and asked, Do you often have outsiders here? Gu Fei smiled. No outsiders have ever entered our place. Young miss stared at Gu Fei as though she was looking at a monster, not even blinking. Then, do you think I'm an outsider? Gu Fei looked at these people. These people were too tragic to look at. They weren't even immortals or gods. Once they went outside, they would only end up dead. Moreover, the situation of this small world was not good. It had declined to an unbearable degree. In a few hundred years, this small world would be finished. If Gu Fei didn't come, the people here would naturally die. He hadn't seen such a strange person for a long time. No one would have thought that the person hiding in this small world would turn into an ordinary person. Outsider, he's actually an outsider. The group of people behind young miss were extremely excited. Haha, honored guest. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Please. Young miss actually jumped down from the horse and enthusiastically invited Gu Fei into the city. Where did Yen Lai go? Gu Fei released his divine sense, but he found that his divine sense couldn't enter the city. Under the perception of his divine sense, he was shocked to find that this side of the world was really at the end of the line, which made him very surprised. This city was not simple. Gu Fei was an infinite prime, but his divine sense couldn't enter this city. Could it be that this city was protected by an infinite prime formation? The flame world in the past was an incomparably glorious super world. An infinite prime might have been born in the flame world. However, if Gu Fei wanted to destroy the city, it wouldn't be difficult. Forget it. Yen Lai won't be able to go anywhere. Gu Fei followed the young miss into the city. The city wasn't big, but there were many people living in it. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that there wasn't a single existence above the immortal realm. In other words, they were just ordinary people. How can this be? Gu Fei was a little curious. Something might have happened here. Otherwise, how could the people here be ordinary people? One should know that the Yen clan here used to be a super force in the flame world. Their ancestor was one of the strongest existences in the flame world back then. Yen, she was the city lord of this Yen Tian city. Because her cultivation was the highest in the entire Yen Tian city, her fists were the toughest. Therefore, she was the boss, and everyone had to listen to her. Moreover, Yen Shi's family was also the strongest in the city. Everyone in the city had the surname Yen, but the direct bloodline was Yen Shi's. After countless years, the other bloodlines had become strangers. However, the direct bloodline of the Yen clan still ruled this Yen Tian city. Yen, she set up a banquet to welcome Gu Fei. You guys are so unaccountably solicitous. Hee, what do you want? Gu Fei sat down and looked at the table full of delicacies, but he didn't eat. It's nothing big. We just want you to help us leave this place. Yen, she smiled. The outside world has already perished. You will die if you go out now. Gu Fei shook his head and said, We will die if we go out, then how can you live outside? Yen, she said disapprovingly, I'm different. Gu Fei looked at Yen Shi. All right, state your conditions. Yen, she said, helplessly. What conditions? Gu Fei played dumb. Stop pretending. It's too much. Yen Shi's face became solemn. TSK, a little girl wants to threaten me? Save it. As long as I feel like it, I can destroy this small world with a flick of my finger. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, Are you really the legendary Great Mediator? Yen, she was not afraid when she heard this. Instead, she was very excited. What is a Great Mediator? Gu Fei said indifferently, Hee, there have always been legends about great mediators here. Legend has it that our ancestors also had great mediators, but no one knows why they disappeared. Yen, she explained, You don't even know how your ancestors disappeared. Gu Fei was really speechless. It seemed that something unknown had happened in this small world. Otherwise, how could the so-called great mediators in this small world disappear? This was especially true for the old ancestors of the Yen clan. Back then, they had all hidden in this small world to take refuge. They would definitely not disappear for no reason. Although Gu Fei was curious, it didn't seem to have anything to do with him. He was lucky enough to be able to find this wasteland and find the people who were still alive in the wasteland. He wondered how many small worlds like this there were in this wasteland. Since the Yen race could hide in a small world when Yen world was destroyed, then the other superforces in Yen world could also hide in a small world. It seemed that there might be many living people in the wasteland. Thinking of this, a crazy idea suddenly appeared in Gu Fei's mind. I really don't know. Yen, she held her cheeks and looked at Gu Fei. She was very familiar with everyone in Yen Tian City. Therefore, she was very sure that this guy was an outsider. The legendary great divinity had actually appeared in front of her, which made her extremely excited. Although the old ancestor disappeared for some reason, Yen Shi's family still had records of their old ancestor, and their old ancestor was a great mediator. This small world of yours is about to be destroyed. Gu Fei said indifferently, I know. Yen, she said, You know. Chapter 5437. In this endless wasteland, there used to be a super big world that was developed to the extreme. This shocked Gu Fei. He learned about this wasteland from Yen Lai. This was a lifeless place formed after the destruction of Flame World. In reality, Flame World's territory was many times larger than this wasteland. But one day, Flame World started to walk towards destruction. The process of Flame World's destruction was not very fast because Flame World did not directly explode into dust. Instead, it started to shrink. When Flame World started to shrink, the destructive power it produced destroyed all life. However, many powerful beings hid in their little worlds at the critical moment. The little world that she was in was one of the Yen race's little worlds. In the past, many important figures took refuge here. But today, all the important figures in the Yen race's little world had disappeared. Even the direct descendants of the Yen race did not know why their old ancestor suddenly disappeared. This was an unsolved mystery in the Yen race's little world. What made Gu Fei speechless was that there was not a single true cultivator in the Yen race's little world. How was this possible? The Yen race was one of the strongest races in Flame World in the past. How did they fall to such a state? However, Gu Fei soon found out the reason. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this small world of the Yen clan was too thin. How could such a thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth give birth to a powerful existence? Even if the Yen race had all kinds of powerful cultivation methods, this place could not give birth to true cultivators. This was the tragedy of the Yen race. But now Gu Fei came. She was very shrewd. This outsider was a great esper. They were small shrimps and were definitely not a match for this great esper. If the other wanted to destroy them, it would only take a flick of a finger. Therefore, she had to try her best to please this guy. She set up a banquet to entertain Gu Fei. They took out their best food. This was a feast that could only be eaten during a grand festival. At this time, many people were sticking their heads out. Please save us. She began to use her pestering methods. When had Gu Fei ever encountered such a situation? Soon, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Save us, please. She began to act like a spoiled child. When those guys who were peeking their heads out saw this scene, they immediately fell to the ground. Is the cute little girl acting cute, our city lord? Gu Fei was a blockhead. Even if he had cultivated for countless years, he was still an unromantic fellow. That was why he couldn't pick up girls. This was Gu Fei's weakness. He only had one wife, and the number of confidants he had could be counted with one hand. Therefore, he really couldn't deal with Shi. All right, I promise to save you, okay? Under she's offensive. Gu Fei finally couldn't hold on any longer. In fact, given his current situation, he was eager to find more people to help him. After all, it would be too miserable if he was the only one wandering in the endless chaos. That sacred master Su Tian was a good example. When he thought of sacred master Su Tian, Gu Fei went crazy. He really didn't expect sacred master Su Tian to plot against him and use him to break open the boundary of the limitless realm. She was digging a grave for him. Fortunately, he kept an eye out. Otherwise, he would have really died. In fact, Gu Fei didn't leave that eye of vigilance to guard against sacred master Su Tian. He thought that his goal was the same as sacred master Su Tian's. Sacred master Su Tian wanted to rely on him to help open the boundary wall of the limitless realm, so Gu Fei wouldn't attack him. However, who would have thought that something that Gu Fei didn't expect would happen? You are the benefactor of our Yen tribe. How about I repay you with my body? She raised her wine glass and looked at Gu Fei seductively. Shit! A drop of cold sweat flowed down from Gu Fei's forehead and landed on the table. An honorable supreme of the limitless realm was actually scared off by a little girl. If others knew about this, they would definitely laugh their heads off. However, Gu Fei's EQ was just that low. This couldn't be helped. Gu Fei waved his right hand. In the next moment, she flew out of the house as if she was riding on a cloud and directly flew out of Yantian City. When the people outside saw this, they were immediately dumbfounded. Can't you let me have a good meal? Gu Fei said helplessly. City Lord, the people who were waiting outside immediately chased after Shi. The people outside had also run away. Finally, there was no one to disturb him while he was eating. He hadn't eaten such an exquisite meal in a long time. After sending Shi off, Gu Fei started eating. He ate a lot of meat and drank a lot of wine. He was in a good mood. Great divine ability! Great divine ability! Although she was thrown out of Yantian City by Gu Fei, she was extremely excited. The divine ability that Gu Fei displayed was enough to prove that he was a true, great divine ability. Great divine ability was a legendary existence in the small world of the Yan clan. Gu Fei's throw directly threw Shi into a small forest about 100 miles away from Yantian City. She smashed into the small forest. She wasn't injured, but when she walked out of the small forest, she was stunned. She didn't see Yantian City. This is going to be troublesome. She knew that she probably wouldn't be able to return to Yantian City for a while. She was burning with anxiety. If Gu Fei were to leave, they would suffer a great loss. She still hadn't returned to Yantian City. At this moment, within Flame Sky City, a fellow sneaked out of the city and headed towards a mountain range outside the city. That was the Yan clan's ancestral mountain. A figure silently followed behind that person. That person was very careful, cunning, and vigilant. However, no matter how cunning he was, he couldn't sense the existence of the person behind him. The Yan clan's ancestral mountain was the only mountain in the Yan clan's small world. The Yan clan's ancestral mountain contained the tombs of the past generations. Their ancestors were all buried in the ancestral mountain. The person behind this guy, was naturally Gu Fei. The person who rushed to the Yan clan's ancestral mountain under the cover of the night was Yan Lai, who had previously disappeared. This guy finally showed up. Chapter 5438. The Yan clan's small world wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Yantian City was shrouded in an aura that could even interfere with Gu Fei's divine sense. Yan Lai hid in Yantian City, so Gu Fei naturally couldn't sense his existence. However, Yan Lai finally couldn't help but come out at night. He took advantage of the darkness to sneak out of Yantian City. The moment Yan Lai stepped out of Yantian City, Gu Fei sensed him. What is this guy doing in that place? Gu Fei also knew that the mountain range was the Yan clan's ancestral mountain. The Yan clan's ancestral mountain was the graveyard of the fallen experts of the Yan clan. Could it be that this place was hiding some kind of secret? At this time, Gu Fei suddenly realized that he hadn't searched Yan Lai's divine sense thoroughly. For an existence like Yan Lai, who was at the extreme Tao level, it wasn't difficult to tamper with his divine sense memories. I was careless. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. Yan Lai was much more cunning than he had imagined. But so what? In the face of absolute power, it was useless for Yan Lai to be cunning. Yan Lai was far from recovering his extreme Tao realm cultivation. If he wanted to kill Yan Lai, he only needed to snap his fingers. The Yan clan's ancestral mountain was about 300 miles away from Yantian City. For people like Yan Shi who weren't even immortals, such a distance was incomparably far. However, for Yan Lai, it was a distance that could be covered in an instant. Soon, Yan Lai arrived outside the Yan clan's ancestral mountain. After all, this was the Yan clan's ancestral mountain. There were more than 10 Yan clan members guarding the mountain gate, but no one noticed that 2 people had entered the ancestral mountain. The entire ancestral mountain stood tall on the ground, giving off a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. It should be known that many of the Yan clan's ancestors were buried in the ancestral mountain. Therefore, it was inevitable that a terrifying corpse aura would appear on the ancestral mountain. After a peerless expert died, if their corpses didn't decay, they could undergo a corpse transformation. However, if the corpse decayed, it would produce corpse chi, corpse poison, and so on. This was also very troublesome. The Yan clan's ancestral mountain had always been a forbidden ground for the Yan clan. Only on the day of worship, once a year, could the members of the Yan clan ascend the mountain to worship their ancestors. At other times, even the important figures of the Yan clan were not allowed to ascend the mountain, because the ancestral mountain was very dangerous, filled with unknown dangers. However, In Gu Fei's eyes, the Yan clan's ancestral mountain was not some dangerous place. Yan Lai directly headed towards the peak of the mountain. Even if he passed by some great tombs, he would still directly rush past them. Soon, Yan Lai reached the top. At the peak of the Yan clan's ancestral mountain was a tomb. However, this tomb was very simple. It was merely a mound of earth. In fact, it did not even have a tombstone. Without a tombstone, it was impossible to tell whose grave it was. However, to Gu Fei's surprise, Yan Lai's right foot stepped on the ground in front of the tomb, and the ground opened up. Yan Lai doesn't even think about it as he directly jumps into the crack in the ground. What the hell? Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but sharpen when he saw this. At this moment, the crack in the ground was actually continuously repairing itself. It seemed like it was about to disappear. In a flash, Gu Fei also rushed in. The moment Gu Fei rushed in, the crack in the ground disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never been there. The underground passage was very long and seemed to lead directly to the Earth's core. However, Gu Fei was very clear that this small world wasn't very big and that there would soon be an end. Sure enough, a light came from below. Gu Fei had already turned invisible. He had perfectly merged with his surroundings. No one could sense his existence. Then, a huge space appeared in front of Gu Fei. The Yan clan's ancestral mountain really had a secret. He saw that the huge space was completely enveloped by a layer of divine light. Silhouettes that seemed to have existed since time immemorial were sitting cross-legged in that space without moving. So that's how it is. At this moment, Gu Fei finally understood why the big shots of the Yan clan had suddenly disappeared from the Yan clan's small world. They had all been hiding here. This was a space that was independent of the Yan clan's small world. There was nothing here except spiritual energy. That's right. Only spiritual energy that could sustain the big shots of the Yan clan. The source of this spiritual energy was the primal chaos outside this space. Not bad. Gu Fei saw through this space with a glance. The big shots of the Yan clan could actually absorb spiritual energy from the primal chaos. This wasn't something that ordinary people could do. There were a total of 15 patriarchs of the Yan clan hiding in this enormous space. All of them were in a deep slumber and would not wake up easily, because the spiritual energy here was barely enough to sustain their survival. These guys didn't dare to go anywhere. They couldn't go anywhere. Going out would consume their vitality. Every bit of vitality consumed would be lost. The Yan clan's small world didn't have any spiritual energy to replenish their vitality. Gu Fei sensed the strongest of the Yan clan ancestors hiding here was actually in the half-step infinity realm. That guy really was a super expert. This was enough to prove that the Yan clan was extremely powerful in the distant past, surpassing the eternal realm, half-step infinity realm. Even the native beings of the void realm couldn't reach this level of cultivation. And among these guys, the one with the weakest cultivation is Yan Lai. Old ancestor, I've returned. Yan Lai is about to cry. He kowtows towards the ancestors, sitting cross-legged in the void. Yan Lai, what's the situation in the outside world? An ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, and an ancient voice resounded in this huge space. Third-generation ancestor. The flame world is destroyed. Everything is destroyed. Yan Lai cried, You don't need to be sad. This is already within our expectations. The third-generation ancestor of the Yan clan said indifferently. Yan Lai stilled when he heard this. This third-generation ancestor could still be so calm after hearing the news of the flame world's destruction? As expected of the third-generation ancestor. The world can be destroyed, but it can also be reborn. Perhaps now is the time. The third-generation ancestor said indifferently. Yan Lai was even more shocked when he heard this. Is there a great secret in the clan that I don't know? Interesting. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. What? Yan Lai's shock was no different from a smile. Whoosh! Two beams of divine light rushed out of the third-generation ancestor's eyes and swept towards a figure in the sky. "It's you?" When Yen Lai saw the figure descending from the sky, he was even more dumbfounded. The person who had come was the master he had just recognized, Gu Fei. "Hee, you dare betray me, you've got some guts." Gu Fei glanced at Yen Lai. Yen Lai is so scared that he's shivering, already unable to speak. There was nothing he could do. The pressure Gu Fei gave him was too strong. In front of Gu Fei, he was as weak as an ant. He couldn't even think of resisting. "Who are you?" At this time, even the Yen clan's third-generation ancestor couldn't help but be moved. This place was very secretive. Ever since it had been sealed, no one had been able to enter. Only Yen Lai, who had been sent out, knew how to enter this place. In fact, the Yen clan's members outside the Yen clan's pocket world had long been abandoned by the 15 great ancestors of the Yen clan. They had been left to fend for themselves outside. "Who am I?" "I'm this fellow's master. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Gu Fei smiled. "What?" The Yen clan's third-generation ancestor's expression immediately turned gloomy. This person was probably telling the truth, because Yen Lai had been scared out of his wits when this person had appeared. "All right, let's not waste any more time. Do you submit to me or die? Choose," Gu Fei said indifferently. At this time, apart from the Yen clan's third-generation ancestor, the other ancestors of the Yen clan had yet to awaken from their deep slumber. "I choose to kill you," the Yen clan's third-generation ancestor said coldly. In the next moment, he waved his right hand and a cold light immediately shot towards Gu Fei. "Then you can die." Gu Fei pointed his finger and immediately destroyed the cold light. In the next moment, the light from his finger directly pierced the Yen clan's third-generation ancestor's forehead. Then, the Yen clan's third-generation ancestor dissipated into the void with boundless unwillingness and fear. His body and soul had been completely destroyed. You killed the third-generation ancestor?" Yen Lai's voice trembled as he spoke. "So what if I killed him? He's just a fellow at the great success of the extreme grade." Gu Fei said indifferently, "Master, I didn't want to betray you. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life." Yen Lai immediately turned over and prostrated on the ground, begging Gu Fei to spare his life. Even the third-generation ancestor, who was at the great success of the extreme grade, had been killed by Gu Fei's finger. What about Yen Lai? This guy Yen Lai is lying on the ground, terrified to the extreme. He keeps banging his head, and cracks appear on his forehead one after another. He didn't have a body of flesh and blood. Even this body was reconstructed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care whether he killed Yen Lai or not. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that the other Yen clan's ancestors were still in a deep sleep. None of them showed any signs of waking up. Gu Fei knew that these guys were in a deep sleep. In this state of deep sleep, they wouldn't wake up even if they were cut into 8 pieces. "Take them away first." With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei sucked the patriarchs of the Yen clan into his internal world along with the surrounding space. "What should I do with you?" Gu Fei looked at the shivering Yen Lai and asked, "Master, please spare my life. Just treat me as a fart and let me go." Chapter 5439. In the end, Gu Fei did not kill Yen Lai. It should be known that in the primal chaos, he really hoped to meet a human. This Yen Lai was the first human he met. Of course, although this guy survived the great destruction of the flame world, he was only left with a strand of consciousness. Yen Lai was an extreme Tao realm expert. Although only a strand of consciousness was left, he could still return to his origin, reconstruct his divine soul, and recover. Of course, if this fellow's divine sense was scattered, then he would be completely dead, and it would be impossible for him to recover. This time, Yen Lai had made a great contribution by capturing all the Yen clan's ancestors in one fell swoop. Gu Fei naturally had to reward this guy. If Yen Lai had not led the way, how could he have found the Yen clan's ancestors' lair? As for how to deal with these Yen clan's ancestors, Gu Fei's idea was very simple. If they did not submit, then kill them. Simple and direct, there was nothing to say. At this time, Yen Lai had also seen Gu Fei's methods. This master of his would kill people at the slightest disagreement. Therefore, Yen Lai did not dare to be careless in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei and Yen Lai returned to Yantian City without anyone noticing. The night was silent. The city was in chaos as soon as the sky brightened. Yen, she had already returned long ago. As soon as the sky brightened, she impatiently sent people to search for Gu Fei in the city. This was because Gu Fei did not return to the city, Lord's mansion. Instead, he stayed at an inn in the city. When Yen she returned and did not see Gu Fei, she immediately panicked. That guy couldn't have left the Yen clan's small world like she had guessed, right? Yen, she was also very clear about what the Yen clan was facing. The Yen clan's small world had already deteriorated to the extreme. At most, it could only hold on for another few hundred years before the Yen clan's small world collapsed. At that time, everyone in the small world would die, and the Yen clan would be exterminated. Yen, she did not want to die, and even more so, did not want the Yen clan to be exterminated. Although she was not even an immortal god, she could still live for hundreds of years. The lifespan of the Yen race had always been very long. It was common to see elders who were hundreds of years old in the city. Because Gu Fei stayed in the inn at night, not many people had seen Gu Fei. Therefore, even though Yen she had turned the city upside down, she couldn't even see a shadow of Gu Fei. When Gu Fei came out to look for food, he was noticed by one of Yen she's men. City Lord, we found it, we found it. Yen, she's subordinate, ran back to report like a madman. Even his shoes fell off. Found it? Where is it? Hearing this, Yen, she pulled the guy over and yelled at him. It's at Fenglai Tavern. That person hurriedly said, whoosh. Yen, she disappeared on the spot. The surrounding subordinates only felt a strong gust of wind blowing against their faces. They were all dumbfounded. Did the city lord need to run so fast? Fenglai Tavern was just a small inn in Yantian City. What was this guy doing in a small inn? Yen, she flew to Fenglai Tavern. City. The innkeeper was overjoyed when he saw Yen Shi. He was about to step forward and salute, but Yen she directly rushed into the inn, leaving the innkeeper in a daze. Haha, great benefactor, you are actually here. You really made me look for you. Yen she rushed into the inn and immediately saw Gu Fei, who was eating breakfast in the inn. Behind Gu Fei, there was also a servant standing respectfully. In fact, with Gu Fei's cultivation, the food of the human world was actually not essential to him. However, he had not seen people for a long time, so it was very rare for him to enjoy the food of the human world. And the servant standing behind Gu Fei was naturally Yen Lai. Yen, she directly sat down at the table. Boss, a bowl of soybean milk. Yen, she said loudly. After seeing Gu Fei, she calmed down. This guy had not left Yantian City yet. It seemed that he was still trustworthy. City Lord, your soybean milk. The innkeeper personally came up with the soybean milk. This was the city lord, a big shot that couldn't be invited normally. If he could curry favor with the city lord, then he would have a meteoric rise. Who is this? Don't you want to introduce him? Yen, she glanced at Yen Lai, who was standing behind Gu Fei with his hands hanging down. He is your old ancestor. Gu Fei said with a smile. What? This kind of joke can't be made. Yen, she frowned and said, I didn't say anything wrong. Gu Fei shrugged and said, Yen, she couldn't help but stare at Yen Lai behind Gu Fei. You still haven't told the city lord who you are? Gu Fei held up the soybean milk and took a sip. This thing was really delicious. A warm current flowed directly into his abdomen and then spread around, making his whole body feel warm. Yes, master. Yen Lai immediately and cautiously stood up from behind Gu Fei. My name is Yen Lai, I am the 12th generation direct descendant of the Yin clan. What about you? Yan Lai looked at Yan Shi and said indifferently. What? Yan Shi heard this and was really shocked. The Yin clan's genealogy was still well preserved in the city lord's mansion. This guy was actually the 12th generation direct descendant of the Yin clan. How is this possible? Didn't the 12th generation clansmen disappear long ago? The Yin clan had been passed down for more than 300 generations. The 12th generation clansmen were naturally their old ancestor. Moreover, the gap in seniority was too big. How can you prove it? Yen, she was depressed. TCH, do I still need to prove it? Yen Lai said and retreated behind Gu Fei, standing with his hands hanging down. Yen, she was speechless. This guy actually disdained to prove his identity. What kind of rhythm was this? What was going on? Is he really my old ancestor? Yen, she asked Gu Fei after a while. What do you think? Gu Fei smiled and didn't say much. At this time, a large group of people came outside the Feng Lion. This group of people directly blocked the entrance of the inn, but they didn't rush into the inn. All of you, behave a bit. Yen, she shouted towards the people outside the inn. Yes, yes, yes. Although the people outside the inn complied, it was still chaotic. After Gu Fei finished his breakfast, he said to Yan Shi, You go back and prepare. We'll leave in 3 days. So fast? Yan, she was surprised to hear this. You think it's fast? Why don't you not leave? Gu Fei said indifferently. Go, go, go. Why don't we leave? Don't tell me we're going to stay here and wait for death. Yen, she said, and immediately got up to leave. Then she rushed out in a hurry. 3 days, Gu Fei only gave her 3 days. It wasn't easy to arrange for all the clansmen to leave this small world in these 3 days. However, since Gu Fei only gave her 3 days, then 3 days, Yen, she immediately went to do it. In fact, the Yen clansmen in Flame Sky City already knew that the Yen clan's small world wouldn't last for long. Therefore, when Yen, she shouted, everyone immediately responded. No one wanted to die. No one wanted the Yen clan to be exterminated. Thus, a strange scene appeared in Flame Sky City. Everyone was packing their things. Seeing the scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but secretly nod. That Yen, she still had some prestige in the Yen clan. Everyone in Flame Sky City was packing their things. They were extremely busy, but Gu Fei was very leisurely. You ancestors don't care about their life and death? On top of Flame Sky City's city wall, Gu Fei said to Yan Lai. Hearing this, Yan Lai didn't know how to answer for a while. The clansmen in the Yen clan's small world had been abandoned by the ancestors. Yan Lai didn't have any feelings for these clansmen because they had been here for hundreds of generations. Moreover, for people like them who had almost endless lives, they didn't put these ant-like fellows in their eyes. The Yen clan here had already completely declined. There wasn't even a decent cultivator. You guys are very cold-blooded. Gu Fei helplessly shook his head. Yan Lai and these guys thought that they were high above, overlooking the common people. Who would have thought that they had completely forgotten their original intentions? Gu Fei still maintained his original intentions. Even the weakest creature was still a life and needed to be respected. However, what was the point of keeping people like the Yen clan's 3rd-generation ancestor, who would kill people at the slightest disagreement? Those guys thought that they could control the life and death of others. Who would have thought that Gu Fei could also control their life and death? Hearing this, Yan Lai didn't dare to speak. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. All the people of Yen Tian City had packed their luggage and were then summoned by Yan Shi to the square in the city, ready to leave this damned place. Gu Fei came with Yan Lai. How is it? It's okay, right? Yan, she greeted them. Not bad. Gu Fei looked at the densely packed people in the square and nodded. Yan, she was very proud. Yes, you seem to have misunderstood. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. What did you say? Yan, she was startled when she heard this. Today, I'll let you see what's called great magical power. As Gu Fei said this, he raised his right hand. A ball of divine light immediately rushed out from his hand, shrouding the entire small world in an instant. Rumble! The entire small world shook. All the people in the square were incomparably frightened, not knowing what was going on. Then the edge of the entire small world unexpectedly collapsed. The void distorted, and then merged into another larger world. The entire small world was absorbed into Gu Fei's inner world and became a part of it. Powerful heaven and earth power and vast heaven and earth spiritual qi immediately rushed into this area from all directions, and the withered flowers, plants, and trees regained their vitality. In Yan Shi's view, this scene was simply inconceivable. In a very short period of time, their small world had undergone earth-shaking changes. The entire world was full of vitality. How was this possible? Weren't they going to leave this part of the world? What did Gu Fei do? In their eyes, this was simply a miracle. But in Yen Lai's eyes, Gu Fei had swallowed and refined a part of the world with a raise of his hand. Chapter 5440. It was as easy as lifting a finger for Gu Fei to save the people of the Yen tribe. At this moment, in the Yen tribe's Yen Tian city, countless clansmen of the Yen tribe who had gathered on the square were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was happening. The entire world seemed to have changed. The sky became clearer, and a godly sun hung high up in the sky, radiating scorching light. How is this possible, godly sun? The legendary godly sun? The people in the Yen Tian city were in an uproar because the godly sun was a legendary thing. In the Yen tribe's small world, there was no godly Sunday. Forget about the godly sun. There was not even a star. However, in the Yen tribe's small world, there was still the alternation of day and night. A godly sun appeared high up in the sky. What was going on? The world has changed. Yen, she was also dumbfounded. This is my world. I am the ruler. Gu Fei said proudly. This is your world. Yen, she was even more shocked when she heard this. It seemed that she had severely underestimated Gu Fei. This guy was many times stronger than she had imagined. That's right. This guy was someone who could enter the Yen tribe's small world from the outside. Over the years, no one could enter the Yen tribe's small world. All right, you guys can live here. Don't worry about the place not being big enough. This is an almost perfect world. There are also powerful living beings here. Gu Fei explained to Yen Shi. Gu Fei's inner world had been refined by him for countless years. It had nurtured countless living beings, and many humans lived here. This was also the place where his army of death was stationed. Of course, his army of death was only stationed in a certain area of this world. In the depths of this world, the immortal divine medicine grew. It was also the place where the divine spring of life was located. Therefore, this inner world was extremely important to Gu Fei. It was his trump card. This inner world would only collapse when Gu Fei truly died. As long as Gu Fei didn't die, his inner world would continue to exist. When Gu Fei arrived at the boundary wall of the limitless realm, his body had exploded twice. However, he hadn't truly perished either time. Therefore, his inner world hadn't been affected much. All right, that's all. I'll be leaving first. I'll come and chat with you again when I'm free. Gu Fei is about to take Yen Lai and leave, because he really could not wait any longer. Since the flame race could survive the great destruction of the flame world and had survived for so long in the pocket world, then the other factions in the flame world might be able to survive as well. Therefore, he wanted to continue walking on the wasteland to see if he could find other survivors. Don't go. I'm not familiar with this place. Yen, she was anxious and pulled Gu Fei's sleeve. I see. Gu Fei thought for a moment and then pointed a finger at Yen Shi's forehead. In the next moment, a thought entered Yen Shi's mind. In an instant, countless things appeared in Yen Shi's mind. The sudden addition of these things directly confused her. By the time she comes back to her senses, Gu Fei and Yen Lai are long gone. Cultivation method. Yen, she was surprised and overjoyed. The things that Gu Fei had inserted into her mind included cultivation methods. Moreover, she also learned some things about this world. This world was truly created by Gu Fei. Moreover, this world was many times larger than the Flame Race's pocket world. The laws of the world here were also extremely powerful. Therefore, the beings that were born here were also very powerful. If they encountered those beings, the Flame Race wouldn't be enough. At this time, what she didn't know was that some powerful beings had already entered the Flame Race's territory. The Flame Race's pocket world was smelted into Gu Fei's inner world and turned into a small region. This region was called Yen Province. This Yen Province was the territory that Gu Fei had bestowed to the Flame Race. The beings in the surrounding regions were naturally curious about the sudden appearance of this region. However, the heaven and earth spiritual energy in this region was too thin. Some truly powerful beings disdained to set foot in such a region. However, those birds and beasts also directly broke into this region. Swoosh! Soon, a huge shadow flew over the sky of Yantian City. This made Yan Shi and the others inexplicably shocked. This is not a good place. Yan Shi and the others immediately prepared for battle. The entire Yantian City became busy again. This outcome made everyone in the city very satisfied. They didn't need to move or leave their homes. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Roar! Soon, the faint roars of wild beasts came from afar. This caused Yan Shi to be extremely shocked. Those birds and beasts were really fast. Just as Yan Shi mobilized the people in the city to protect Yantian City, Gu Fei and Yan Lai appeared on the wastelands of Flame World again. Gu Fei's thinking was too simple. He and Yan Lai carefully searched the wastelands, but they couldn't find a hidden pocket world in the void. How is this possible? Even Yan Lai felt it was inconceivable. He directly brought Gu Fei to the mountain gate of a former super sect in Flame World. This super sect had once ranked in the top 10 of Flame World and was one of the strongest super factions. Even the Flame Race's strength could not compare to this super sect. This super sect was called Longevity Sect. However, when Gu Fei and Yan Lai arrived in front of the mountain gate of the Longevity Sect, they discovered that the mountain gate of the Longevity Sect had already collapsed long ago. Only a broken stone lion remained standing beneath the entire mountain gate. Gu Fei had no worries and directly walked into Longevity Sect. Yan Lai was very wary of this place. He carefully followed behind Gu Fei. As one of the former top 10 super factions of Flame World, the ancestral land of Longevity Sect was not a good place. This place was once covered with layers of formations, but now the countless formations that had enveloped the Longevity Sect had vanished into thin air. However, the buildings here were better preserved compared to other places. Maybe the ancestral land of Longevity Sect protected the buildings here to a certain extent when Flame World was destroyed, but the power of destruction was too strong. Even though the ancestral land of Longevity Sect was covered with layers of super formations, it was still completely destroyed. That is, halfway up the mountain, Gu Fei saw a skeleton lying among the rocks on the side of the mountain path. Flame World had been destroyed for countless years, but this person's bones were still preserved. He must have had cultivation above the extreme Tao when he was alive. Even Longevity Sect couldn't escape the fate of destruction? Chapter 5441. The Flame World was destroyed and turned into an endless wasteland. There was not a trace of life here. Everything had turned into ruins. There was nothing in the entire wasteland that was intact. Everything was destroyed. The destructive power of this world was terrifying to the extreme. Gu Fei and Yan Lai walked on the wasteland. They wanted to find other people hiding in the small world or other living beings. However, they wandered around the wasteland for a long time and did not find even a strand of hair. At this time, Gu Fei and Yan Lai came to the ancestral land of the Longevity Sect, one of the 10 super forces of the Flame World. This place was once the holy land of cultivation in the hearts of the billions of living beings in the Flame World. In the past, Countless people in the flame world were proud to be able to enter the longevity sect. However, the longevity sect was very strict in accepting disciples. Not everyone could enter the longevity sect. Even some geniuses had the danger of being eliminated in the longevity sect's entrance examination. However, the current longevity sect had become ruins. It was not until Gu Fei reached halfway up the mountain that he found a corpse. There's nothing special about this skeleton. After Yan Lai carefully examines the skeleton, he picks up a jade tablet beside it. This jade tablet did not have a trace of spirit light. The spirit energy had long since disappeared. Hong Xian. Yan Lai turned over the other side of the jade tablet and saw 2 ancient characters engraved on the jade tablet. You know him. Gu Fei glanced at the corpse on the ground. Hong Xian, that was an elder of the longevity sect. Yan Lai sighed. An elder of the longevity sect had died here. It seemed that it was not easy for the people of the longevity sect to survive. Gu Fei did not say anything and continued to walk up the mountain. Soon he found a second corpse. It was also a skeleton. Everything on this skeleton had decayed, leaving only a skeleton. He continued to walk up. Then Gu Fei and the others saw more and more corpses. They even saw an immortal corpse, vivid and lifelike. Even the blood on its wounds had not dried. Early eternal level. When Gu Fei saw the corpse nailed to the stone wall by a spear, he couldn't help but frown. Such a powerful fellow was nailed to death by a spear just like that? This was a powerhouse of the eternal realm. The eternal realm was many times more powerful than the extreme Tao realm. Those who could kill early-level eternal existences had to be at least mid-level eternal existences. As for those who could easily kill early-level eternal existences, they had to be at least at the large perfection eternal realm. Its ancestor Hongyang. He died here. Yan Lai was extremely shocked when he saw that person. There weren't many eternal realm experts among the Yen clan's old ancestors. However, there were many eternal realm experts among the longevity sect's old ancestors. Old ancestor Hongyang was an early-stage eternal ancestor of the longevity sect. An early-stage eternal realm expert would be one of the strongest, even in the undestroyed flame world. Did someone destroy the longevity sect? Yan Lai said with incomparable shock. What's so surprising about that? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. However, he seemed to smell the scent of a conspiracy. The destruction of the flame world and the longevity sect being killed at their doorstep. None of this seemed simple. It was as if there was a hidden hand behind all of this. It couldn't be sacred Lord Void Sky's doing, right? Gu Fei suddenly thought of a person. In order to return to the limitless realm, this person would really do anything. With sacred Lord Void Sky's cultivation, although it would be difficult to destroy the entire flame world, it wasn't impossible. One had to know that back in the Void Realm, the limitless Demon Lord had laid down a super grand array using the stars. That super grand array of the limitless Demon Lord could possibly destroy the entire Void Realm. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. If it was really sacred Lord Void Sky's doing, then sacred Lord Void Sky was really crazy. However, that person seemed to be a madman. Master, give this body to me. Yan Lai saw that the body of ancestor Hongyang was still in good condition and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Right now, he just lacked a body of flesh and blood. This ancestor Hongyang was a powerful early-stage eternal realm expert. Ancestor Hongyang's Tao body was extremely powerful. If you want to save it, go get it yourself. Gu Fei had no interest in these corpses. Thank you, Master. Yan Lai was overjoyed and directly rushed over. He pulled out the battle spear that was nailed to ancestor Hongyang's body. Even after countless years, this battle spear still emitted a weak fluctuation of power. Amazing! Yan Lai was shocked. Even the destructive power of the flame world couldn't erase the spirituality of this battle spear. This battle spear was really extraordinary. Although Ancestor Hongyang's body was still in good condition, it was just a corpse. The Tao power contained in the corpse had almost been completely erased. This way, Yen Lai could enter this Tao body. Ancestor Hongyang's divine soul had already dissipated for countless years. Yen Lai's entry into this Tao body was very smooth. When he succeeded in taking over this Tao body, the wounds on the Tao body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Picking up a Tao body for free, Yen Lai was naturally very happy. By the time Yen Lai succeeded in taking control of this Tao body, Gu Fei had already climbed to the peak of the Longevity Sect's ancestral mountain and stood in front of a collapsed hall. On the square in front of the collapsed hall, there were mountains of bones, densely packed with corpses. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. At this time, he no longer had any doubts. Someone definitely destroyed the entire Longevity Sect. Who destroyed the entire Longevity Sect? This was something that happened countless years ago, and no one knew about it. When Yen Lai arrived behind Gu Fei and saw the scene in front of him, he was directly stunned. This scene was too shocking. However, although Gu Fei was curious, he also knew that this kind of secret definitely involved a great secret of heaven and earth. It was not that easy to figure out. Even the small world of the Longevity Sect was destroyed. Let's go. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly, then took a step forward and directly left the Longevity Sect because there was nothing he was looking for here. Yen Lai hurriedly chased after him. With the Longevity Sect destroyed, Gu Fei took Yen Lai to another Superforce's ancestral court. This is the abyss of 9 underworlds, Gu Fei said to Yen Lai beside him. Yen Lai looked at the abyss of 9 underworlds in front of him and didn't know what to say. This abyss was unavoidable when the flame world was destroyed. The originally huge abyss was now just a slightly deeper ravine. So it wasn't like this. Yen Lai's forehead was sweating. The original abyss of 9 underworlds was a forbidden area in the flame world, the territory of the 9 underworld race. The 9 underworld race was a super force that could compete with the Longevity Sect. However, at this time, there was not even a trace of Yin energy in this so-called abyss of 9 underworlds. Did I come for nothing again? Gu Fei sighed. The so-called 10 super forces of the flame world seemed to be a joke. Maybe the 9 underworld race was also destroyed by that mysterious person. Gu Fei released his divine sense. His divine sense directly penetrated into the ground and into the stratum. Very soon, Gu Fei sensed that his spiritual force had entered a huge space. With Gu Fei's current great perfection cultivation, there was no power in this wasteland that could stop his divine sense. Deep underground, there was a huge space. You guard up there, Gu Fei said, and directly jumped down the ravine in front of him. Then he punched the ground and rushed into the ground. Yen Lai couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Fei quickly went underground, and soon he was in this underground space. Damn! Gu Fei's spiritual will instantly envelop the entire space. This huge space was actually a skull, an incomparably huge skull. The entire enormous space was under the protection of this skull. At the center of this space, there was a floating bone palace. It was a hall built entirely out of bones. Countless skeletons floated around this bone palace. None of these skeletons were complete. There were also many broken weapons floating in the air. It seemed that a great battle had occurred here. Did the people of the 9 underworld race also die? When the flame world was destroyed, there was also a mastermind attacking the super forces. It was too difficult to survive. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he had nothing to fear and directly walked forward. Wherever he passed, the floating bones were dispersed by the ripples of Yuan Qi that emanated from his body. He directly came to the bone palace. The door of the bone palace was wide open. It was pitch black inside. Gu Fei, on the other hand, had already seen the situation inside. It was empty with nothing inside. Wait! Gu Fei suddenly found something lying quietly on the ground of the bone palace. A bone flute, HM? With a thought, Gu Fei disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already inside the bone palace. Gu Fei went to pick up the bone flute. The moment his fingers touched the bone flute, the entire bone palace suddenly shook violently. A terrifying, destructive power exploded. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire bone palace actually exploded. Destructive power erupted, and the entire enormous space shook violently from the impact. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another in the void. Even Yan Lai, who was on the cliff outside, felt the ground beneath his feet shake. What happened? Yan Lai said in shock. At this time in the underground space, destructive power filled every inch of space. The bone palace was actually a trap, and the bone flute in the bone palace was one of the mechanisms that triggered the trap. If someone touched the bone flute on the ground, the entire bone palace would explode.